Good evening, good evening, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever you may be. Welcome to the second live stream this week. We're going for a record here, and joining me once again, we have the simply wonderful Trivial Theatre. Triv, how are you doing today?
I just think you're trying to suck up to me, honestly.
Well, I thought it was a little bit harsh on you on the last stream, so I decided to, you know, try a little bit of nicely and see how we get on with that. I certainly won't be
I
dropping
mean,
any
you
deuces
haven't
in
blown
your
up my
solarium
theater yet.
anytime soon, that's for sure.
Again, I do not have a solarium. I haven't built one yet. You gotta give me time.
Well, all I can tell you is there was a very bright room that I happened to produce a couple of Lincoln logs in, thinking that I was being helpful, and then it turned out that apparently that's the morally corrupt thing to do. But here we are. We move
Were you
on.
staring directly at the projector? Is that why you were in a bright room?
I mean, I feel sorry for anybody who was underneath me at that exact moment, but
That's why people were
their,
asking for a refund. Okay, they said the movie was shit. I didn't realize they were talking literally.
their popcorn suddenly became Nutella flavoured. It was a very embracing experience for all of us. Very brackish.
Oh, just a heads up, we've got Liam, James, and Kurt in chat, and James says since you can't rewind DVDs and Blu-rays, you won't face a $2 fee.
Thank you so much, James. I'm always very grateful for your merciful nature, and also welcome to Liam and King Kurt, as well they should be. It's always lovely to have you here. Trev, how's your day been? You doing okay?
Oh, fantastical! Facing the the realms of people that are out and about doing Christmassy type dealy boppers, and I am chilling out with a beer and a babka, or was it babka? So
A
that's good.
Babcock?
A babka. It's like
A
a
ba-
chocolate and vanilla and cinnamon dessert thing.
that sounds absolutely delightful.
I'll send you a picture later because it's freaking fabulous.
Please do, please do. I'm always intrigued by desserts of the world. I myself, unfortunately, am just on water tonight. It's a school night. Unfortunately, I've got work in the morning, but we battle on. We battle on.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I
So
am here. I am here with you through the early hours because it's I don't have to work tomorrow, so we're gonna go with it. It's Kurt brings up that it's fucking cold in the Midwest right now, and he is correct. I'm not sure. Let me look up what the translation would be to Celsius, since that is a proper way of doing business. But Liam also says a comment I have about the first stream. Turns out Highlander: The Gathering is actually a compilation film, 2 episodes of the TV series knitted together.
Jesus, was it really that bad? With the Highlander
Probably.
production, the Highlander production office must have had a quick paycheck day with that one. Let me tell you, I hope someone was fired for that blunder.
Oh, no doubt. Okay, so looking at where Kurt is, it's 17 Fahrenheit. It is -8 Celsius. And then
Jesus.
where I'm at, it's -11 Celsius.
Oh
So
God. Is there a crosswind?
not at the moment, but there was the other day. Overnight too, it got down to -18 where I'm at last night. It was, but then that's overnight temperatures, and it was a clear sky. So it's really the wind chill that gets you.
Well, in solidarity with you and Kurt, I'm going to eat an Andes candy to try and replicate the cold, chilly feeling of the Midwest in winter.
Are you doing the peppermint or the red peppermint ones or the regular mint ones?
The creme de menthe green ones.
Okay. I'll have to try
Mm.
the red ones sometimes. Those are they're not as good, but they're okay.
I'll be absolutely honest with you. I've been slowly grazing on these over the last few days. Thank you so much again for sending these over. They remind me there was a chocolate that was in the UK years and years ago called Mingles, which is a very British name for a chocolate. I'm sure you agree. It was basically like an assortment of mint chocolates, and the Andes candies taste exactly like the what would be like the Cadbury Dairy Milk block of that sort of
Yeah.
selection box. They're very nice. I do very much enjoy them. So Andes candies. If any of the Brits on here haven't heard of them, give them a try. They're very good, very minty, but not in an after eight way. In a genuinely quite pleasant way.
And you're just talking the normal Andes mints, right? In the green package?
These ones, we have camera footage. It's these ones right here.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, those are good. If you want some more, let me know.
Thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. I will certainly take you up on that offer. They are quite delightful, very refreshing.
Nice.
Hmm.
I have a Christmas variety too that's red. I don't remember what it is, but
Ooh.
looking at chat, let's see. James says maybe it's a blessing the tape of The Gathering is was halfway through, as in that's the one that was halfway rewound. Liam says also the fourth film is Highlander Endgame. I haven't bothered getting around to that one as it's a continuation of both the film and the TV series, and I never sat through an episode. Liam, I actually did watch that one, and it was not bad. It was actually my introduction to Highlander, so it wasn't awful. It was an interesting mix of both pieces, but not having any context to at least the either side at that point. Yeah, I can't tell you much beyond that. It was a solid general movie. We've also got Jen just joined us, so hello, Jen.
Hello, hello.
It's also Liam says Christopher Lambert didn't want to commit to the Highlander TV series, so the lead is Adrian Paul. Somehow is a worse actor than Lambert, playing Connor McLeod's cousin. James says, by the way, I forgot another reason you shouldn't leave a tape halfway through. If you put the tape in a funny machine and it gets eaten, you can't safely repair it.
Was
if it's
McLeod's
rewound,
cousin called Chief?
I don't remember. Duncan. It was Duncan MacLeod was Adrian Paul's Adrian Paul's character.
Oh, nice.
And then Christopher Lambert is Connor McLeod. So
love it. I like to think that whoever was watching the Gathering basically got about halfway through and realised they'd already watched the TV series and had seen this before and just turned it off.
Quite possibly.
I'm done with this. I don't want to watch it no more. Kick it out of the VHS player. That was the last time they ever watched videos. It ruined their life. Curse you, Bond Street Video, who are not sponsoring this because I don't have any more Bond Street tapes. So.
Oh, come on. I think that you're boycotting them now because they're trying to blackmail you or something.
Well, I'm still boycotting the Swedish, unfortunately, because my IKEA order still hasn't turned up, and it's due on Saturday. But I'm not getting my hopes up. But if it does turn up, then you shall have a further stream, hopefully over the weekend, with myself and Kurt going through some of my records, which will be a fun time as well. But that's assuming that the Swedish behave themselves and actually deliver the thing I ordered a month ago that they told me was coming last week and then didn't. So I'm not chasing after them again.
I think you should.
Like any good relationship, I'll probably chase once. I ain't chasing twice. They're on their own after that.
Will you at least stand outside your front door and wave your fist at them while wearing the yellow Crocs?
I probably will, with a menacing kind of, proper,
Oh my God, we got the other hand. We got the other hand.
Oh yeah, you get to.
Let's see here. Go ahead. Oh my God, we're getting fingers on both hands, people. Fingers on both hands. Holy shit.
I know it's a wild ride, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. We've got Kieran in the chat as well. Let's see. Liam says, and the fourth Highlander film was called The Source from the director of Lawnmower Man and made for the Sci-Fi Channel. So the Highlander films obviously got better as they went along.
Oh. Well, fair enough. Maybe they should do a reboot or something. I'll get Bruce Campbell in. That'll probably work.
I think they're I thought at one point they were talking about it, but let's see. James says you can get Bill Goldberg to chase them or Homer Simpson. Stuart Ashen, eat your heart out. Liam says, I will say Highlander 3 is entertainingly dumb and has a sex scene that comes out of nowhere and looks like something out of a Skinamax film. The director put most of his effort into that scene. So, indeed. Yes. This will turn into an unboxing stream, but first it's a Highlander stream just to start things off because you need to warm up your audience.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And actually, speaking of which, I do have an addendum from the last stream. Whilst I was organising some more boxes, I found a couple of stray tapes that I didn't cover in the tape stream. So before we get into the actual box sets here, I just want to apologise that we didn't do a thorough job on the last stream. I blame Triv for talking about deuces for the majority of the stream. I
Oh,
am a
absolutely.
clean streamer. I don't believe in smut.
You're
I
saying
think
your
that,
prostate is in good shape, right?
well, quite possibly that's between me and my proctologist. Thank you very much. But
You said you had a clean stream. I'm just assuming that's what that means.
well, I mean, again, it comes down to whether my urologist would agree with that. I personally have been drinking a lot of water recently. Whether that means that I have a
Aww.
clean stream or not, who could say at this junction?
Yeah. Fair point. Real quick, but just to catch up, Kurt says the remake's been in developmental hell for years now. Kieran says that he never saw Highlander. Liam says waiting for the sword fight between Dan and Triv. James follows that up with Cain and Abel Volume 3 question mark. And Jen says, are we ever going to get back to our Discord game nights again?
So to answer your question, I will only sword fight Triv if she is Sean Connery in this scenario, and I want her to have a full goatee beard and speak in a Scottish accent throughout. If so, then yes.
I mean, I can try, but I don't think I'm going to be very convincing as a Scottish nobleman that is also half Egyptian.
I don't want authenticity. I want passion.
Well, if that's the case, let me tell you, young man.
All right.
Where am I going to get killed at this time of night, though? or a fencing, what is it? Foil. Where am I going to find a foil at this time of night?
You could try Walmart, maybe? Costco?
You know full well they don't sell foils at Walmart after 5. Oh, Jesus. What was that? I don't even know what that accent was.
You know what? I'm giving you points for effort. I'm giving you points for effort. That was a...
Scottish whiskey is the best, and I'll tell you what, you don't want to get on the wrong side of a Scotsman.
The thing I love the most is it sounds like you can do a semi-alright Scottish accent, or you can do a semi-alright Sean Connery, but you can't do both.
You're right, laddie, I can't.
It's like your Sean Connery is just... I sound a bit like this, I just put a lot of shush on my words. The Scottish one is Fat Bastard. That's the two extremes.
Just don't ask me. It's gonna come out one way or the other, but it's not gonna. I don't know which way it's gonna come out.
That's what she said.
I would hope so. Let's see. James says you can draw a beard on with facial hair, Triv. I mean, it worked for that guy in Zardos. Yeah, you're right.
True. That cop in Sleepaway Camp did the same.
Fair point. Let's see here. Let me try to do this. Well done, Triv. You broke Dan. That impression was shocking. Positively shocking. What time did Sean Connery arrive at Wimbledon? 10ish.
You have a fantastic range. Dear, don't ever change.
Well, I'm just reading chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, James. I get it, and then I lose it, and I if I ever tried to blend in like a North Scottish pub, I guarantee you that I could just claim I was drunk the entire time because of the change in accent, but I don't think anyone's gonna believe me.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, you do have the excuse of you could just say, "Well, I am an American," and they go, "Oh, okay, fair enough."
I don't want to out myself that easily. I feel like people would make fun of me then.
No, not at all. It'd be a bit like the Major in Fawlty Towers. You'd sort of be like, "Oh, an American, jolly good. Well, here you go. It's a VHS tape. You take it home as a souvenir. Tell them what we're doing over here. Jolly good."
Can I just claim I'm from Barcelona?
You could do. The planet or the state?
Both.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay. And with that,
Karen's right. I need to stop before I break the internet. Because it's pretty awful. Liam says,
and
"Who is Trev? My name is Guy Incognito."
I was at a
Oh shit!
pornography store shopping for pornography.
Can you set me up with your finest pornography, please?
For him or for her,
Up
sir?
from the far back of the curtained off area.
We don't have beaded curtains over here, much too uncivilized. We have sliding doors with a crushed velvet screen.
Ooh, fancy.
Yes,
Brits in your. I suppose your pinkies are in the air too.
I mean, it's personal preference, to be honest, but it's whatever does the job. Let's be honest.
Oh, let's see here. Apparently, if you type Google into Google, you can break the internet. Thank you for that information, Kurt.
Right, we should probably get this show on the road, shouldn't we? It's getting.
Yeah, I know that you turn into a pumpkin at midnight, so well, we're
Yeah.
already fucked there. It's okay.
That will limit my ability to pull DVDs out of a box when my arms don't exist anymore and my mouth is made of pumpkin.
But that sounds like not the worst way to go.
I don't want to be a pumpkin.
Fine, you don't have to be a pumpkin.
Fantastic. Can I be like a horse and carriage or something?
I mean, eventually, but you have to start at a pumpkin, if you want to become a horse and carriage.
That sounds like work.
Not really. It's just the fairy godmother comes along, taps you in the ass with her wand, and turns you into a horse and carriage.
She's changed her job. What have you been doing, fairy godmother? Tapping ass.
Well, you see, James, there's a mouse inside of Dan right now, in addition to he's a pumpkin on the outside and a mouse on the inside. So that's how you get the horse. But it's kind of like the fly, like the carriage becomes part mouse, part pumpkin, and the horse becomes part mouse, part pumpkin.
They're locked in a constant battle of wits. Some days the pumpkin wins, some days the mouse wins.
There are two things inside of you, a mouse and a pumpkin. Which will rue the day.
The only rue here is in the gravy.
On that note, get your ass in gear and start. We're here to. You keep talking deuces. Let's get on to talking box set.
Excuse me. I do believe that it was you talking about. That it was you talking about fairies tapping ass that has derailed tonight's stream.
Yep. Oh, James also says, and a raccoon. So there's three beings inside. There's a pumpkin, a mouse, and a raccoon.
That does explain a lot, especially the ADHD. But yeah. Anyway, so I have had a couple of addendums from the VHS stream from the other night. Basically, get on with it. I'm getting on with it.
Get on with it. This has become too silly.
So whilst I was cleaning up, I found a few stray tapes that I just want to quickly share with you because I forgot to mention them in the stream. So the first one was this little number that came from the haul of bootleg tapes that I picked up a good while ago. This is Diary of Erotic Murderess. It's one of the original Something Weird videos. Yeah, it's the only one that I own. It was number 75, apparently. But yeah, basically this was a video from Something Weird Video that was dubbed into an English tape and then sent to the UK. It's Frank Henenlotter. It's an early Henenlotter picture from what I can gather. It's all right. It's clearly a printed off A4 piece of paper tape, but I thought I would mention it because it's a little bit of an oddity. The other one that I completely forgot to mention was the bootleg nasties. I still have all of those from the Don't Fade Away video that I did a few years ago. They're all still in pretty good sort of check, but I didn't go through them because I couldn't find them at the time. But I've managed to dig all of those out, so they're all intact. This one has a copy of Blood-Sucking Freaks and Deep Throat. A lot of sucking going on in that film in various ways and shapes that we won't get into on this family-friendly stream.
James asks, was that before or after Basket Case? And Liam says it's a Spanish title, apparently nothing to do with Head and Lauder.
Oh, I haven't watched it, to be completely honest with you. I only saw the title that said Frank Henenlotter's Sexy Shockers. Now, bearing in mind, I do know that he also does a bit of distro, because I think he owns Retro Media, or that might be Fred Olin Ray. I might be getting them mixed up. He does do some distribution work, so that might be one that he's just distributed on his own label. But good spot, thank you. What was the question from James again, sorry?
Was it before or after Basket Case?
It would have almost certainly been before Basket Case. I think it's a early 70s film. So yeah. The next one I wanted to mention was this one here. You can read a very strange series of educational tapes. I'm only going to show the one. There's 12 tapes, but they all look identical. The only thing that changes is it says video and then a different number, and the name of the tape changes, but everything else, this is completely identical across all 12 tapes. I own all 12. I thought I'd just mention it because I had it. So there's that one there. And then two final ones that I missed. The first was that I actually own a retail copy of Halloween. Terrible quality copy. It looks like they basically recorded a film print in a mirror off one of the sort of cheap handy cams from the late 80s and then dumped it on tape. Really bizarre. I have Halloween 2 as well in that format, but that's buried at the bottom of a box that I can't get to at the minute, but I do have it. And I also have Friday the 13th Part 2 in exactly the same format as well. That didn't appear on the last stream because, again, they're sort of buried far away. But as soon as I can unpack them, I can get them out. But for now, they're sort of stuck. So there you go with that one.
Real quick, Kurt says the amount of Aquanet in that woman's hair from So You Can Read.
Oh, You Can Read, yes. Look at that. That is a quite intense bouffant, if ever there was one.
It is very much. Let's see. James says, I hope it teaches you rude words.
Unfortunately, the rudest word it teaches you is Big Mac.
Oh, God. Well, that's not good at all.
No.
James also says, who released the tape of Halloween? I know the sell-through was released by Channel 5.
So this one is a release from a company called MIA. They were also responsible for the really, really scuzzy Halloween, Halloween 2 and Halloween 3 DVDs that got released in the UK in the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. The DVD versions are slightly, and I mean incrementally slightly better dubs of the same print that's put on these tapes. So if you've seen those really the bargain basement cheapest releases of Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3 on DVD in the early 2000s, you'll know exactly what quality this VHS is. Imagine that, but slightly worse. And that's kind of where we're at with it. Yeah, not great. And the last one for the tapes, I just wanted to have as an addendum, is that I actually own a copy of Threads on VHS, which is a tremendous viewing experience. When me and Ben did the very first comedy dining experience, we actually used this tape as the base. We were drunk at the time, and we realised as soon as the film finished that because tapes run at slightly different speeds every time you play them, even if it's just by a few frames, no one will ever be able to sync the commentary that we did up to their actual copy with 100% accuracy. It's always going to drift, just somewhere. So
let's see. Kieran says, just put this out there, Halloween 3 is underrated as hell.
Agreed.
James says, I have the Scanbox DVD of Halloween 2 and it looks like a widescreen VHS. It's really fucking bad.
I think that might be the one that's on the Halloween 2 VHS tape as well, but they do the thing that they did with The Dragon Lives Again, where they just sort of crop the sides off. So you're just missing like a third of the picture quality.
Kurt says Threads, the feel-good movie of 1984.
The song that inspired Weird Al Yankovic to write Christmas at Ground Zero.
That's awesome. And Liam says, let's see. Missing in action video. They had to change the name to simply MIA to avoid a lawsuit from Canon MGM.
I can believe that. They were a very cheap label at the time. They put out basically the lowest quality possible scans, bare bones DVD releases if there were any extra features. I think if I remember rightly, the release of Halloween 3 contained the film and a infographic text thing that basically just like explained who John Carpenter was, and that was
Oh
it.
man.
Well,
Oh.
literally, you click it and just a wall of text would turn up going, John Carpenter was born in this year. Basically, they copy pasted the Wikipedia article onto a DVD. And that was about
Oh my
it.
god. Oh,
Yeah.
let's see. James says in reply to you about Halloween 2, kind of Halloween 2 is at least uncut. He also says I have Halloween 1 and 3 on Blu-ray and the difference is night and day. I mean Halloween 2 is still has the Q marks.
Oh, agreed. I before I upgraded to the Scream Factory 4Ks, I imported the Universal Region Free Blu-rays of Halloween 2 and 3, and again, I completely agree with you. The jump in quality from the UK releases was night and day. It's just an incredible piece of work.
Um Kieran says Threads are far and away the scariest movie I've ever seen. Rarely have I ever properly scared by a film, but that one shook me to my core. I sat in silence for minutes after it ended.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The day after is another quite good one. I think that's the American version of Threads or the American take on Threads. Um, is fantastic. Also, can recommend QED, A Guide to Armageddon. Very, very good documentary. 30 minutes long. Very pessimistic.
Oh,
Um,
understood.
oh yeah.
Liam
Also,
says,
can I just
oh
take a
sorry.
quick moment to explain the plight of Halloween in the UK? So in the UK, we don't actually have Blu-ray releases of all the Halloween films. Some of them are still stuck on DVDs from the late 90s or VHS tapes. It's quite horrendous, really. We have a Blu-ray of Halloween. We only have DVDs of Halloween 2, 3. Halloween 4 and 5 have Blu-rays that have been out of print for about 20 years now. And 6, 7, and 8 have only ever been on DVD. The last DVD was released in 2003. For
Let's see
contrast, in
here.
America, they've got them all out in 4K now. So,
That's a hell of a thing. Let's see. Liam says my favorite special feature is scene selection.
oh yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. You want to go someplace?
Uh,
That'll help you.
very true. Let's see. Kieran says here in France we still need to catch up on the extras front. Even in recent Blu-ray releases, you're lucky to get 3 or more extras. Um, James says the only other DVD I have with Q marks is Fritz the Cat, and the DVD from Arrow has a really bad transfer. I've seen better VHS transfers. Liam says a guide to Armageddon is very good. I still haven't sat through Threads.
I think it's worth seeing at
Um,
least once from start to finish. I can understand it can be quite intense, though.
Probably like watching anything, like watching Cannibal Holocaust or Sallow or any of those, really.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
That makes
absolutely.
sense. Let's see. Guide to Armageddon and Threads have share a director.
They do. They do indeed. In fact, the QED documentary that he produced was, if I remember rightly, the thing that let him get Threads as a job because he did such a good job at
Oh,
explaining nuclear war that they let him do it, um,
wow.
which was quite good. It was an interesting night when that got broadcast because they opened with a disclaimer saying that this was a drama but was based on scientific fact, and then they played Threads in full, and then after that they had a debate about nuclear war, whether it was justified or not, that ran for like 2 hours. And that was the entire evening on BBC One in 1985, I think it was when Threads came out. Um, so whoever was sat down for a lovely evening of light entertainment was in for a rather interesting evening.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Moving ahead,
Mm.
just one more question here. Jen says, "How do you deal with DVD rot? Like, would you throw them away or keep them?"
So realistically, disc rot, it only really impacts discs that have been very poorly taken care of. If a disc has been scratched a lot or left in like constantly changing humidity conditions, like if it keeps going really hot, really cold, really hot, really cold, really humid, really dry, really humid, really dry, then it will start developing it. The difference between mold on videotapes and disc rot on discs is you can clean mold off videotapes and they'll probably play fine afterwards, but disc rot, what happens is the chemicals. So DVDs are made up of multiple layers of sort of plastic and metal, and what disc rot basically is the chemicals that bind the actual data information on the disc to a plastic cover that protects the disc data. The chemicals start to eat each other, and it causes discoloration of the disc and basically starts to eat that plastic protective layer. And if it does that, your disc starts skipping. It probably won't load on players properly because it will cloud and go like a golden color and goes a bit nasty. If that happens, there isn't really a lot you can do. There are some places that will. It's essentially like a sonic machine that just takes the top layer of plastic off in an attempt to try and reduce the amount of disc rot that's there. But once it's started, it's an irreversible process. So really, I would say if you find a disc that has disc rot but still plays, try and rip a copy of it to your computer so you've got a backup, or just toss it if it doesn't work. There isn't really a lot you can do to fix it, unfortunately.
Okay. One final question, then we can get on to collections. Kieran says, my dad watched Threads when it first airs. He said it's all people talked about the next day.
Oh, I can believe it. I could certainly believe it. It was a little before my time, but yeah, it was certainly a very controversial picture, especially for the BBC, because they were notoriously prudish at the best of times. So I think the only reason it went as hard or as graphic as it did at that time was because it had that sort of reinforcement of scientific accuracy, if you know what I mean. It was the fact that
Right.
they had scientists backing up going, no, this is what would happen, that allowed them to basically make a very gory, effectively horror drama. So I think they had that on their side.
Oh.
Mm.
All right. On that an incredible note, what is the first box set that you're going to show us?
So the first box set I'm going to show you is the SOV 6-pack, which long-time viewers will know I reviewed on the channel many moons ago during the 5th anniversary of the channel. I got the lovely, they're all available now as sort of solo releases, but I managed to get the lovely special edition pack that is also signed down below here by J.R. Bookwalter, who helped produce all these. A fascinating box set of films, all shot on video. The quality is up and down. I can't honestly say they're amazing films, but they're all very interesting. And the fact that he was able to produce 6 feature-length films by hook or by crook in 1 year, I think is actually quite impressive. My favourite fact, and I might be misremembering this, but Humanoids of Atlantis, which was the last film they worked on, I think it took him 3 or 4 weeks from writing the script to it being in video stores, which is just insane when you bear in mind that it's like an hour and 10-minute long film. I mean, when you watch it, you understand how he was able to do it in 3 or 4 weeks, but yeah. So that's the SOV 6-pack. My favourite one on that set is probably... It's either Zombie Cop or Chick Boxer. Those two, I think, are probably my favourite out of it. But, yeah.
I'm sharing Zombie Cop to the... Not that people haven't seen it, but in case they need an update.
Absolutely.
A few of them out here for you.
So, the next one... fan favourite. It's the Arrow limited edition Phantasm box set.
Ooh.
It has all of the Phantasm films in, and I'm going to try and gently just a little bit there. You can see it actually contains a Phantasm orb inside.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah. I can't lift it all the way up because it's very shiny. It will immediately reflect my scuzzy self directly to the audience, and if anybody sees me in person, they'll die. So I can't. I would love to have helped you with that one, but unfortunately I can't. But yeah, it's a really nice box set. They do a standalone release of Phantasm. I don't know if they do a like a box set version that's a bit more shelf friendly of the other Phantasm films, but I nabbed this when they had a crash sale and got it for £25, which I think is a really good deal
Wow.
for that. Yeah. So I need to rewatch those again at some point. They were surprisingly good. The Phantasm series is very consistent, apart from the last one, which is shit. Anyway.
I just thought you weren't going to raise up the top of the box set because you were worried it was going to come out and suck out your brains.
Oh, yes, that's definitely the reason why. It's because I've trained it to attack somebody called Triv, and if I open the box, it will fly through my brand new window, destroying it. And I probably won't hear or see anything for a couple of hours, which would be a bit disheartening.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Real quick, going back to J.R. Bookwalter, Liam says it makes Keith Trenlow look like a big-time Hollywood director, but at least Bookwalter knew he was making schlock. Kieran says, I apologize, I'm not gonna get the name right on this director, but there's a Turkish director who could sometimes make a feature-length movie, like a 70 or 80-minute movie, in a weekend. Thanks to the Bad Movie Bible for introducing me to that guy.
Blimey.
Keaton Inyak. I'm so sorry. I absolutely slaughtered that last name. I am so sorry. Anyway,
No trouble
yeah.
at all. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. And then, yeah, Bookwalter he's got a new film out called Side Effects May Vary. I really want to review it at some point. The only problem is Makeflix's postage is a little steep for Europe, and even in the States it's a little bit expensive unless you're buying in bulk. So I'm just waiting for the price on that to come down a little bit. But it's a new film that he's made, and I'm very interested in it because it reminds me a little bit of Reanimator. So I think it'll probably go quite well. Next up is one that actually turned up today and is still in the packaging. As a rule, before we go any further, I should say as well, I'm not going to be covering any of my films in my to watch pile. The only reason being is if I choose to include films that I haven't watched yet, we will literally never end this stream. It will just run until the sun super expands and consumes us all. I have a lot of films to watch, so but this one I will show you because it's in the pile with the rest of them. I picked it up during the Black Friday sales. It's the Complete I Spit on Your Grave.
Ooh.
Yeah, originally I wasn't really that bothered whether I had a copy of I Spit on Your Grave or not. I've watched the film a couple of times, and I disagree with Roger Ebert's review of it personally. But this box set popped up during the Black Friday sales for $19.99, and it includes all the I Spit on Your Grave movies, including the sequels, which apparently are legendarily awful. So I'm looking forward to checking those out. I might even do a cheeky review of them at some point in the future. But on top of it being $19.99 for 6 full films and a documentary, I also got an additional 20% off because they were doing like if you spend over £20, you get an extra discount. So it's a nice little box set.
It is cool.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
Yeah.
Kieran says Kieran has given me the pronunciation, so thank you, Kieran. Chechen Inanchit. Sorry, god damn it. Anyway, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. James says, you're the opposite of me. My to-watch pile is tiny. I often keep it under control. Let's see. Kieran says, I Spit on Your Grave is still cut in the UK.
It is, yes. The longest version, I think, is 116 minutes. The one that is available in the UK ranges between 100 and 104 minutes, and the one that I've got is 104 minutes. I have seen the 116-minute cut. To be honest, it's a very conflicting thing because it's a very conflicting movie to me. Would I like a fully uncut version? I think personally so, for the same reason why I want an uncut copy of Cannibal Holocaust. But I can understand completely why some people aren't that bothered about it. And to be honest, for the price I paid for this box set of all the films, I'm kind of happy to live without 4 or 5 minutes of an extended rape sequence, to be honest. So, Yeah. Also, by the way,
Um,
to answer James's question, sorry. If you are interested in seeing what I've got on my watch list, if you go to my Letterboxd page, I've logged every single film that I haven't currently watched that is in my collection. There's 746 of them. I think
Whoa.
that's actually gone up. So, yeah, that's the reason why we're not covering them on the stream. It's just there'd be so many. And these are all just films that I've either watched or ones that are like imminently on my watch list. So,
Okay. We got a couple questions here. James says, is the first I Spit on Your Grave uncut?
no. So in that set that I've got there, it's a 104-minute version.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Like I say, the longest version is 116, I want to say. I've got that. I've got a digital copy of that, but I don't own a physical copy. The only place you can get a physical copy of the uncut version, I'm gonna misremember the name of this company now. I think it's something called Film Ronan or Film Ronon or something like that. They've got a deluxe version, but they want £30 just for the one film uncut. And I basically looked at this and went, well, this is £15 for 6 films, but I am losing 5 minutes. Or I can pay 30 for one film that has the extra like 10 minutes included. I was like, well,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Karen asks, I take it Savage Vengeance is not included?
No, it is not. The BBFC are very strange with this film because one of the big things that they still have a bit of a sticking point with is women being abused, which is a kind of understandable take to have. But the thing is, they're very up and down with their usage of censorship for that. So, I Spit on Your Grave has been released 3 times in the UK, and the first time it was released, it had no cuts. The second time, it was heavily cut. The third time, no, it's had 4 releases. The third time, it was less cut, and then the fourth time, it was more cut. So, like, over the years, they've sort of danced around, going, well, we should take this bit out, we should put this back in, let's take that out again, let's put this back in, and it's, yeah. I mean, I'm quite anti-film censorship. I think that films should be allowed to be seen how they were intended to be seen, and I think that the filmmaker should be responsible for feedback from that. If they make something that is genuinely distasteful, I think they should be held accountable for that. But I don't think that it should be the state's responsibility to tell me what I can and can't see in the comfort of my own living room. And that sounds a little bit you can't take my guns, but I genuinely think that people are smart enough to know movies don't make killers, they just make killers smarter.
Yeah.
I don't think that watching something graphic is suddenly going to make somebody go out and murder 20 or 30 people. I think that that's already in them if they're going to go do something like that. So, but yeah.
Agreed. Let's see. I believe James says, I believe you can't sell pre-certified or pre-cert versions of I Spit on Your Grave on eBay.
Yes, no, they count it as pornography, and they recently put a new rule in place restricting the sales of adult content, although people still circumnavigate it. So, the next film, by the way, on the box set list is From Hollywood to Heaven, the lost and saved films of the Ormond family, and I mainly picked this one up for one reason, and that is that the Ormond family did a lot of work with a Baptist preacher called Estes Perkel. And Estes Perkel was a scary man, and they made basically a load of Christploitation flicks where they sold them to churches to sort of imagine basically the Passion of the Christ, but you can clearly tell that they weren't religious. They were just trying to make something a bit graphic and shocking. And Estes Perkel didn't twig that they were just making stuff that was graphic and shocking. He thought that they were being like hardcore radical Christians, so he bought into it, and they made 3 films together. I think it's one of them is called "If Footmen Tie You, What Will Horses Do?" or "If Horses Tie You, What Will Footmen Do?" or something along those lines. Very strange, very graphic films with a strong religious edge. I'm very much looking forward to cracking them open at some point. There's also a bit like Ray Dennis Steckler. as well. They had a bit of a weird ending where they just ended up kind of like buying a handycam and making shot-on-video films right the way up to the end of their lives. A lot of it was documentaries about their own family and stuff like that. It's an interesting little set.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
James says, bloody hell, my entire collection on my letterbox list comes to under $7.50, and I bought about 80 titles this year alone, so I'm ashamed to admit.
Hey, no. Well, it's like I say, man. We all grow from different places. I mean, you got to bear in mind this collection is probably at least. When did I start getting DVD? My first DVD was in 1998, 99. So, like, this collection's been growing for a while. um,
That's
but
what
yeah,
she said.
yeah, and it's as the old adage goes, it's not the size, mate. It's what you do with it. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
James also says, a film isn't the same as a gun unless you chuck a DVD really hard at someone. You can't kill them with a film.
Exactly. Well, maybe you can maybe snap it and sort of stab somebody with it, but I think that's a bit too Alan Partridge for my taste personally.
One
The
final
next
thing
one
on Ron Ormond. He basically made a movie that was a cross between Red Dawn and The Passion of Christ in Footman.
sounds perfect to me. Like I say, I'm very excited to crack it open. It's very much my bag. So I might even if I manage to get time, I might even try and stream it on the Discord at some point. I do have a live stream coming up, but more info on that will be available after this weekend. So do look out for that one. This is another indicator one. It's the films of Michael J. Murphy. It's a bit of a mystery box. He was a bit of an unknown filmmaker, and Indicator basically licensed all of his films and released them all as a big mystery box set. I have yet to crack this open, but I'm very intrigued by it. He seemed to have worked in multiple genres, doing various bits and pieces between 1967 and 2015. So yeah, it's basically a when I get time, I'm going to crack that one open and give it a good going through.
Nice.
I think Seth from Hellbound Horror reviewed some of those. Go check him out, by the way, he's very good. Next up on our list, speaks for itself really, the Universal Monsters Essentials collection on Blu-ray. Nice little set. It basically puts it all together. I haven't yet had the justification to jump to 4K with the Universal Monster movies. If I'm being completely honest, there's only about 3 of them that I really truly love. The Invisible Man, Frankenstein, and Bride of Frankenstein. So yeah, it's really good quality for what it is. I haven't yet seen the need to upgrade, but never say never.
Absolutely. What are your 3 essentials on there?
Like I say, I think I'd probably go The Invisible Man, Bride of Frankenstein, and probably
God, I'm
Frankenstein.
sorry. I apologize. I was looking. Yeah. Anyway, apologies.
No trouble at all. I do like The Wolfman as well. My least favorite is probably The Mummy. It's so slow. It's so slow. And it borrows a lot from Dracula as well, which just watch Dracula if you're gonna do that. So.
Good point. Real quick, Kieran says, Murphy made Death Run. It's an entertaining one. Shitcase Cinema did a really good, funny review on it.
Oh, nice. I shall keep an eye out for that one. I'm hoping over Christmas to get a load of films decked, because over the last year, I've just had no time to watch anything, basically, so I'm just looking forward to sitting down and being able to go through a load of these things. Speaking of which, the next up is the Mary Millington movie collection.
Ooh.
It was a very frustrating box set. I've watched them all. Basically, Mary Millington was an adult film star in the UK who shot a number of softcore and hardcore flicks and had a very tragic life. She sadly passed away years ago due to suicide, which was a very horrible thing to have happened, and the documentary goes into great detail about the sort of struggles she had in life, because at the time that she was a rising adult film star, the UK was kind of going through the Mary Whitehouse thing, and there was very strong pushback against that sort of thing. The frustrating part of this box set is the documentary, which is respectable. The Mary Millington story is very, very good, and I highly recommend you dig it out if you can find a copy. All of the films in this box set are cut to remove the hardcore elements, and all of the extra speeches are porn films that have all the porn cut out. So it's basically just silent acting because all the soundtracks to the videos have also been lost. So it's kind of a bit neutered, so to speak. Like I say, the documentary made it more than worth the price. I think I paid £20 for this a couple of years ago. But yeah, the actual films themselves are pretty dire, honestly. So yeah. The next one's a bit of a grail one for me. It's the Hammer Collection.
Ooh. Sexy.
21.
Very nice.
Yeah, it is. 21 Hammer films, ranging from when they first started making horror all the way up to the end of their run. The unfortunate side effect of this box set, they don't have the key players. So I had to buy Dracula, The Mummy, and Curse of Frankenstein all separately, but they do have some of the Dracula sequels, some of the Frankenstein sequels. They've got some Quatermass films in there.
Nice.
They've got stuff like The Nanny and The Devil Rides Out, and loads of decent stuff. It's a really, really good box set if you're a Hammer fan. They go into some of the deeper cuts that you wouldn't normally be able to get a hold of. But yeah, it's a nice set, and it goes for quite silly money these days as well, which is pretty nice.
Kind of all of those, though, they tend to go for ridiculous amounts of money.
This is the thing, and it's so hard to track these films down nowadays as well. I mean, like when we were doing, we did a horror hangout with Sean Patrick Urshan and the horror crew a while ago, and trying to track all those Frankenstein movies down was a real journey. We had to go through DVDs, Blu-rays, torrents, digital streaming copies, everything to try and get them all together. You'd think, given how well-known Hammer is, they'd have at least maybe put out a consistent box set or something, but no luck.
It's kind of consistent with Hammer, though, as being inconsistent.
Oh yeah, very much so. Very much so. Next up is Bloody Terror, the shocking cinema of Norman J. Warren, personal favourite film director of mine, mainly because he did Bloody New Year, which I bloody love Bloody New Year. It's a bloody great film. But Prey is really... Oh, bloody good indeed. Great soundtrack. I showed the VHS off earlier in the previous stream. Prey is another really, really good one. Highly recommend it. Satan's Slave and Terror are just quite well-made horror films. They're not personally brilliant in my opinion, but I like them enough. And I haven't seen Inseminoid yet, but I do plan to. But yeah, really, really solid box set. I'm number 2,600 of 6,000, so, you know, a low number.
Real quick, a couple things in chat. Kurt says, what's the fun of watching porn without the porn? Kieran says, I think distributors themselves cut the hard material out. R18 certificates are usually offered, but hardly anyone in their right mind would accept that highly restricted rating.
Yeah, so we have over here, rather than having sort of X-rated, we have something called 18R, and 18R can only be sold in pornographic shops. You have to go to sex shops in the UK to buy them. So if you get rated 18R, basically you can't sell it online, you can't sell it on places like eBay or Amazon, you have to go to a brick and mortar sex shop to buy them. So no distributor will rightfully try and get something past if it's going to get an 18R rating, because they just know that the only place they're going to be able to buy it is like brick and mortar high street shops. They would be guaranteed a loss. So
right.
Mm.
Kurt also says Prey is pretty hot. James says Liam has the set you just showed. He did that as a season of it on his server. And Kieran says, I have those Warren Blu-rays separately. I liked Satan's Slave and Prey. Terror was fine. Bloody New Year was bizarre. I hated Inseminoid.
I will bear that in mind when I watch it. I know that Vinegar Syndrome also put out a good chunk of Norman J. Warren's filmography as well, so if you live across the pond and want a copy of it, I think they might be your go-tos. I'm not sure if Indicator have still got copies. But it's cool. I like Norman J. Warren. It's a real shame he passed away quite recently, because he did some really good stuff. Completely random, still sealed, but I do also have the complete Futurama.
Nice.
I've seen them all before. They're really good. I like them. I've just not had the time to go for a proper rewatch yet. It's been a few years since I've watched the original run, so
Well, and it's been
Yeah.
like it's there and then canceled and there and then canceled and there and then canceled again.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've got to be really careful with this one because there's basically nudity on every single side, apart from one.
Can you show
So I'm
one of the
gonna,
discs?
I shall place it down like this. There we go. So this is the Diana Prince Sexy Six Pack box set. Anybody who's a fan of Joe
Okay.
Bob Briggs will know Darcy the Mail Girl. Well, Full Moon did a collaboration with her to release some of their old Surrender Cinema titles, wrapped up in a nice box set signed by Darcy herself. Um, I'll be completely honest with you, I've seen half of these. There's a reason why I've left the wrapper on. Um, it was a free gift for taking out a year's subscription with Full Moon Features. I chose it because I already owned the other options that were available. But it's kind of nice. I have two things signed by Darcy now, which is quite good. But like I said, I do have to be careful with this box set because she is completely stalkers on every side of it.
Understandable. Real quick, James says for the Diana Prince set, oh god, I thought you were talking about Futurama for a second in regards to the nudity on all sides.
That's a different website, James. You're thinking of rule34.com. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that one.
And Kurt says, full moon, a sign of quality.
Oh yes. And speaking of which, this is my next one, and I can't remember. I shall pop it down here 1 second. So this is the complete Puppet Master box set. Again, Full Moon were Full Moon were giving away these box sets for free if you took out a year's subscription with them, and I got this on my first year with Full Moon. Quality control is not great. My copy of Puppet Master 5 didn't work, just refused to play in my player, so I had to go and buy the 88 Films version of Puppet Master 5 to replace it. And they had to swap me a Puppet Master 3 because inside the Puppet Master 3 case was a copy of Puppet Master 4. I don't know why. It's an interesting series. I do like the Puppet Master films. They definitely have high and low points. Trip, did I send you one of these at some point? I seem to remember having a spare set going somewhere.
Not here.
Not there.
I do have a set, but it's not from you, and it only goes up through, I think, 7 or 9. Kieran says, is Full Moon Charles Band? Yeah, I guess Kurt already answered. Yeah, it is. It is Charles Band. So.
It is indeed. It's other than that, it's a quite nice set. I mean, the extra features are a bit thin on the ground, but you know what? For free, I can't really complain. For personal reference, everything up to Puppet Master 5 I like. Curse of Puppet Master is terrible. Retro Puppet Master has Greg Sestero in it playing Tulan, which is fantastic. And then everything after this point is kind of meh. I mean, the Legacy is just a clip show, but it's a nice little box set. They do a hard case one that comes in like a trunk. That's very nice. But yeah, free is a great price. I have no trouble with free things.
Yeah, well, and they're constantly coming out with new Puppet Masters, and the thing that kind of sucks the worst about it is the puppets don't maintain their look.
Yeah.
Like Driller, was he Burrower, the guy with the drill on top of his head?
Yeah.
Like, he's changed looks multiple times. It's kind of just, it's okay here. It's kind of here and there.
I get kind of knocked as well that they have puppets that just turn up for like one film and then vanish. It's like, I want Leech Woman, weird. Damn it.
Yeah, well, especially if that was supposed to be based off of Tulan's wife. It's like, what are you guys into that she reminds you of this?
Exactly.
Real quick, Kieran says, sorry if I'm a bit of an amateur compared to you guys. I try my best, but I guess you're way older than I am. No, Kieran, it's 100% cool. We're all at different levels, and I mean, Dan and James and Liam and Kurt, they know all this stuff going way back. So there's no such thing as novice here.
No, we're all good here, man. It doesn't matter whether you've just got a single disc, whether you've got an entire library, or if you just go to the library to get your movies. Everybody starts somewhere. we're all friends together.
Right, and I mean, even if you know a lot about this stuff, there's always more to learn or new movies to check out. So it's absolutely no worries.
Absolutely,
As Kurt said, we're not here to judge anyone, and we're always happy to help. And I'm sure there's
absolutely.
like you've dropped some stuff in stream that I haven't known. So yeah.
Yeah, no, completely. One for the Misties in the audience. Gamera, the complete Showa era. It's all of the Gamera films that the MST crew riffed, but unriffed and in HD, which I'm happy with. I've only seen 2 of them in this set, unfortunately, the original and Barugun. But yeah, at some point I really need to take time to watch the film about the giant turtle that swings around on cities and flies. That's kind of my bag. I'll probably do them the same time I do my Godzilla films. That's another one I'm not going to be able to show on the stream, but I do own it. Is the Criterion Big Godzilla Blu-ray set. So cool. I would put it on the stream, but I'd have to like move my entire camera setup to put it in place because it's huge. It's like a A3 piece of paper sized box set.
Oh.
So, but yeah, it's a really cool set. The Gamera one. I haven't got the modern Gamera box set, but maybe if the price gets a bit lower, I might pick it up. It's I'm more into the corny Gamera than the Gamera where they try to be cool.
Kurt says real quick. Kurt says, "Does that one have Gamera Super Monster?"
Let me have a quick look for you. It does indeed. It's the last film on this set.
Nice.
Kieran
says, "Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Kieran says that's my one gripe with cinema. There are just too many. There's just too much good shit, and I gotta play catch up with most people.
Oh yeah, that's understandable, man. I mean, it's like I say at the minute. I'm in the process of doing a house up, so money's a bit tight for myself as well at the minute. So I'm not exactly like splurging on films. This is a collection that's been going since 99, 98, like I say. So probably, God, how long is that? Like 10 years, maybe.
Many.
So many years, and a lot of this stuff, is just good luck. It's just stumbling on sales, or in the case of this one. Full Moon really do just enjoy giving away shit for free. So this was
that is literal shit too.
Oh yeah. This one's ripe, quite frankly. So the Evil Bong EB Stash box. It's a 9 Blu-ray box set. It covers all the Evil Bong films. I have watched them all. They are all, well, most of them are awful. I like the first 3. The first 3 I think are actually not too bad. The rest...
I would agree.
You need a strong... You need... Oh, sorry, you were going to say.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you probably need to either be completely blitzed or just high as a kite to really appreciate any of these. Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things I do quite like about this is it's called a stash box, and inside they actually give you like little nooks for you to put your paraphernalia if you're so inclined. Inside I also have a copy of Evil Bong Infinity High. There it is, a little bit dark, but I had to pick that up separately because the box set came out at the same time as Infinity High and didn't include it for some reason. So I had to pick it up separately, but it's a really nice design box. I really, like the packaging, and it's very sturdy. It feels good, but yeah, it's you can polish a turd, I think, is probably the kind thing to say about them.
Yeah, it's fair. It's bad for me personally. It's bad to say that the Ginger Dead set or the Ginger Dead movies are almost high art compared to anything Evil Bong puts out.
Oh yeah. After about Evil Bong 4, the films just literally devolve into 4 characters stood in a room or in front of a green screen just talking to each other for an hour, and then it ends. The worst one is Evil Bong 7. Evil Bong 7 is I can't even describe it. It involves a giant wicker Elvis Presley and a clown mime, and it feels like the writers were on some kind of substance while they were working through it. That's the best I can say for them, really. But by contrast, on the other end of the spectrum, we have this beautiful thing. This is the Friday the 13th Deluxe Edition Collector's Set. It was
Ooh.
released by Scream Factory. Triv very kindly sent this my way when the postage for Scream Factory was astronomical to the UK. It's an upgrade from the UK releases, which were just the Paramount discs put in place. These are all fully ground up, restored, and they've all got masses of extra features. One of the main reasons I wanted this set specifically is Friday the 13th Part 2 has all of the lost deleted scenes reinstated as extras. Um,
Ooh.
yeah, so it's decent to see because just before it got released, all of the sort of gorier scenes got cut out, and these sort of put the extended gory scenes back in as extra features, which is really cool. So
Nice.
yeah, it's a beautiful
Uh,
set and lots of artwork as well on the actual discs, so you can go through those. They're very, very nice.
nice. Kieran says, in reference to Evil Bong series, still sounds better than Camp Blood 5.
You know what? I'd be inclined to agree. I think actually the Camp Blood films are worse than the Evil Bong movies, in my opinion at least. They're so bad. So the Camp Blood films are so bad. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to having to write about Camp Blood 6. Put it that way. Not looking forward to that one at
Kurt
all.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. Kurt says I really wanted that, as in the Friday the 13th when it came out.
Oh, nice. Well, it's currently. I'd keep an eye on Scream Factory, man, because it's the lowest price it's ever been. I think it's $80 now, and they keep lowering it. So maybe the next sale it'll probably be down to like 75 or something. I know it's still a bit steep, but like 11 movies, I'd say it's value for money. If you work it out per disc, it's something like a couple of bucks a disc, which isn't terrible. And it's such a nice box set, dead sturdy cardboard. You get a little book as well that I think contains extracts from the larger Friday the 13th book, Crystal Lake Memories. Yeah, I would say it's definitely worth the money. As for things that aren't worth the money, Inside the Mind of Coffin Joe.
Really?
Yeah, at the start of the year, I basically spent a couple of weeks watching all of the films in this box set, and Coffin Joe is sort of seen as this very cultish Brazilian horror film character, very acclaimed, and I can agree with that on some of his films, but basically, apart from the first two, which is At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul and This Night I'll Possess Your Corpse, and I also quite liked Embodiment of Evil. All the other films in this box set are painfully dull. They're so slow and nothing happens in them. And the horror isn't really that scary, and it's often retreading old ground. And I couldn't get into it. And in fact, the worst part of it is the one film that I really did like that was a Coffin Joe movie, which I think was called something like The Terror of Coffin Joe, or The Darkness of Coffin Joe, or something like that, isn't on this box set. They missed out the one film that is actually pretty cool because it's basically a proto Wes Craven's New Nightmare. It has the actor who plays Coffin Joe retiring to the countryside to get away from being stalked by fans because he was a major superstar as Coffin Joe. And he slowly starts to lose his mind and envision that Coffin Joe is coming for him. And it's a really good film, very well made, and it's on YouTube in full, but it didn't end up on the Arrow Blu-ray box set for some reason.
Oh, that's a movie.
Yeah, instead we got all of including the clip show film that he put together. We got all of that, but we didn't get the one actually pretty solid entry. I don't know. It's a nice set. I really can't complain about the quality of the set. It's nice and really well put together. If you like the works of Coffin Joe, you'll probably really enjoy the box set. But for me, I watched the big hitters and thought they were pretty all right, and then the rest of them I was just like, no, not for me.
Oh, Kurt says we need to watch more Camp Blood movies.
Maybe when I've had a couple of drinks. Maybe when we've had a couple of drinks and I can process that kind of trauma, we'll give them another go. It'll be a long time before I watch any more Dustin Ferguson films, I will say that much.
Oh, that's fair. Real quick, Kieran says, I got the same Friday collection for my birthday on its initial price. Also got the Black Emmanuel set right when it was released. Paid highly for those.
Hey, it's funny you mentioned that. I was only talking to Triv the other day about those films. I'm really hoping the next Severin sale that they put that one on offer again, because I'm really tempted to pick it up. I've got the first 3 Emmanuel movies on Blu-ray, and I'm interested to see how the European filmmakers handled Emmanuel, as I know the US kind of went just completely down the hardcore porn route, whereas I know that the European lot went a bit more erotic and steamy. So, yeah. Next up is the deluxe Dawn of the Dead Blu-ray set. Very, very nice. Comes with all the cuts of the films, all the soundtracks of the films, a nice wodgy booklet of information. I daren't open the set because there's a thingy on the back that's very brittle, but it's a nice set. It took ages to actually come out, and I'm so glad it did because it's gorgeous. It really looks phenomenal.
Nice.
Following that up, to a much lesser extent, we have the incredibly strange films of Ray Dennis Steckler. You can say Rat Thinker Boo Boo.
This isn't in relation to this, but Kurt says I gotta be careful not to drool on my keyboard looking at the Dawn box set. I looked over at that when the Dennis Steckler films, or the Ray Dennis Steckler films came up. Yeah, anyway. It didn't quite correlate, but yeah, anyway. Kurt is gonna come over there, tie you up, and steal your Dawn of the Dead set, essentially.
Why tie me up when I could invite him onto my brand new sofa and we could sit and watch it as comrades?
Fair point.
Yeah, see? It doesn't have to be violent every time. We could do a bit of diplomacy, it would be nice. Instead, he wants to do bondage, which I'm not against. But not whilst we're trying to enjoy Romero.
He says he'll bring the Malort.
Even better.
One more real quick. Kieran says Emmanuel in America is apparently a Studio Canal production. Very strange for a half Frenchman like me.
Ooh, yeah, I can imagine. Mondo Macabre put that film out originally. Apparently it is a very strange film, which, given it's an Emmanuel film, is saying something in and of itself, because those films do go to very strange places anyway. But yeah, no, I really need to check that box set out. Hopefully they'll still have some left in stock the next time they go on sale, because I will pick them up if it's going. As for Ray Dennis Steckler, my favourite film on this box set was one that he never actually released. It just got found after he died. It's called The Lemon Grove Kids, and it's a supercut of 3 short films that he was trying to sell as opening for kids' matinees.
What?
Yeah, so
really?
Basically, yeah, I think he got inspired by shows like The Monkees, and Ray Dennis Steckler plays the lead of the Lemon Grove Kids, who basically is playing like an adult who's acting like a child. And imagine Santa Claus meets the Ice Cream Bunny, but instead of it being like a full feature-length film, it's 3 short films, but it's that kind of tone. It's very weird.
Wasn't that basically 3 short films, honestly?
Yeah. Just very manic energy, though. I'll have to show you guys them sometime. Incredibly Strange Creatures is bleh. Thrill Killers is alright. Rat Thinker Boo Boo is probably my favourite of his well-known films. Nice box set, though. Very sturdy. Severin Films did a good job with that one.
For the money that you pay for those, though, I would hope that they would have a sturdy construction and like well-done discs.
Oh yeah.
Like that's really what you're paying for with that.
Well, yeah, and they do a really good job. I mean, one of my big regrets is that I didn't pick up their Al Adamson box set when they put it out. Because that box set is absolutely gorgeous, and it's one where when it went out of print, they didn't reissue it. so it's gone forever. Basically, it goes for stupid money on eBay now, but there's some really good films in that set.
Real quick, James says Ratfink Boo Boo is hilarious. The incredible strange creatures who stopped living and became mixed up zombies is shit. Kurt
Yep.
says I will not tolerate any slander of ITC WSLABM UZ.
What?
James also... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, what?
James also says, remember, Boo Boo, we only have one weakness. What's that, Ratfink? Bullets.
This is the thing, Ratfink Boo Boo is nuts. The Lemon Grove Kids kind of takes it to the next level. That's why I kind of like it. Ratfink, I watched it and I enjoyed it, but I kind of thought it was a little like it was holding back. The Lemon Grove Kids is him not holding back, and it's bizarre. That's another thing about the Ray Dennis Steckler set. The films at the end of the box set are just documentaries. Like, one of the discs, quite literally, is just a 9-hour documentary about the history of his hometown. Like, that he just shot on a handycam, wandering around his hometown and just talking about each building as he walks past it. Fascinating man. Very, very strange, but fascinating man. Next one, super quick. It's the Hellraiser trilogy. Yeah, and I picked up a bonus disc that's inside that set that contains Hellraisers 4, 5, 7, and 8. For some reason they didn't have 6. I don't know why. But yeah, as a quick thing, really like Hellraiser 1. Hellraiser 2 is my favourite. Hellraiser 3, not really that bothered. I think that's kind of where it falls down. But Hellraiser 4 is good. I haven't seen anything past Hellraiser 4, but it's a nice box. Arrow did a 4K re-release of this recently that I'm tempted to pick up when the price drops a bit more. But yeah. Next up, I'm going to do a twofer because I've got them both to hand here. And that's Homegrown Horrors Volume 1 and Homegrown Horrors Volume 2.
Nice.
I've seen all of Volume 1. Winter Beast is my favourite one on that set. That film is nuts. Have you seen Winter Beast, Trev?
Yeah, I really enjoy that one. It's fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I've got a copy of this Homegrown Horrors I need to send to you that you ordered ages ago.
I know. So, eventually, I know how you operate. You know, it's holding it hostage until I let you back into the theater.
Yeah, exactly. And every day that you don't, I slowly put a tiny little tear in the DVD case until eventually, after a number of years, I rip it.
And?
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm glad to see that the British sense of passive-aggressive bullshit holds true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn you, minor inconvenience!
Long may it continue.
Absolutely.
Volume 2 I haven't...
real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Volume 2 I haven't watched all the way through just yet, but I've heard they're a really good set. I'm going to pick up Volume 3, because I've enjoyed Volume 1, and what I've seen of Volume 2 is good. Volume 3 is currently out, but the price is a bit high. When it drops, I'll grab that one too. There's a really good set. I do recommend them. Vinegar Syndrome. They still have a lot in stock. If you can grab them, go grab them.
Absolutely. James says Hellraiser 4 was Alan Smithied. And Kieran says one of the later Hellraisers was never released with the others, just bizarre.
Yeah, it was really weird. Hellraiser 4 I actually prefer over Hellraiser 3. I think it's not great.
Really?
But it's kind of more of an anthology film. It deals with sort of the Cenobites in the past, the Cenobites in the present, and the Cenobites in the future. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a little bit more interesting. Hellraiser 3 went a little bit too slashery for me. It reminded me a bit of a Nightmare on Elm Street film, which Hellraiser films definitely should not be that. So, yeah, but it's bizarre. I can only assume that it's some kind of licensing issue as to why Hellraiser 6 wasn't included on the set. I ended up grabbing a digital copy of it for £1.99 on Google Movies. So, I've got them all. That's actually my plan for next Halloween, is I want to do all the Hellraiser movies and just watch them all, because I've only seen the first 4, so it should be pretty good. On the subject of Yeah,
Hellraiser
sorry.
in space, you know?
Yeah. Who doesn't love Hellraiser in space? If Jason and leprechauns can go to space, I think that Hellraiser should be able to go to space.
Oh yeah. And they did it relatively early in their run too.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. On that subject as well, I have another Vinegar Syndrome box set. It's Televised Terror Volume 1. Very, very funny as to why I ended up with this. Basically, on the last day of last year's Black Friday sale, the owner of Vinegar Syndrome said that they were reducing the cost of this set down to $25 for 3 films when it was normally $40. And I'd already finished all my Black Friday buyings, but I was like, you know what? 25, and he said it's not getting reissued. They're not doing any more copies of this once it's gone. 25 for 3 films. Go on, I'll go for it. They're all TV movies that have been remastered and put on disc. Apparently, they're a little bit weird. Um, as soon as we bought it and the sale ended, somebody asked him when Volume 2 was coming out. He went, "Oh, Volume 2's never coming out. It didn't sell well enough." So, I don't know anything about these films other than apparently they go a little bit weird, which I'm always down for some weird TV movies. The films are You in the House Alone, Calendar Girl Murders, and Child in the Night. So,
Ah.
yeah.
Well, given Vinegar Syndrome, you would certainly hope things would go a little weird.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to go for another double header here because I've got them both readily available. And there's 2 films from the late, great Paul Morrissey. That is Flesh for Frankenstein and Blood for Dracula. I'm just going to leave that one like that.
Nice.
Fantastic
Excellent
films.
movies.
Oh yeah, absolutely love them. In Frankenstein, Udo Kier is basically channeling Tommy Wiseau for the majority of the runtime. If you ever wanted to see Baron Frankenstein as portrayed by Tommy Wiseau, Flesh for Frankenstein is your movie. And Blood for Dracula is just such a surreal and horny film. Just a bizarre watch, honestly. Um, One that I can, again, highly recommend. I believe both of these have got UK releases now, and they are a lot cheaper than what I paid for these 2. So if you haven't seen these films, get on Amazon, pick them up. They're really, really good. Do recommend them.
They're surprisingly funny too.
Oh yeah, very light-hearted, given the circumstances. Any film that contains the line "You should fuck life in the gallbladder" is going to be a winner in my book.
Real quick, Kieran says, speaking of weird TV films, the French YouTube channel. I'm sorry, Kieran. I'm going to slaughter this. I apologize. Lecoin Debus made a video on The Appointment. It's a sorry, this is really small on my screen. A really rogue-like horror with Edward Woodward. Good flick, he says.
Oh, very good. I shall have to check it out.
I'm so sorry, guys. I suck at all this. Anyway.
Hey, it's all right. You're doing your best. That's all we can ever ask of you. Fabulous. So moving on. Now, originally I had right. Okay, I'll just put it down and then I'll kind of explain. So it's William Castle at Columbia, Volume 2. I had Volume 1. The build quality on these, it looks really sturdy and it feels nice. They are not sturdy at all. I had Volume 1, which was 13 Ghosts, The Tingler, Mr. Sardonicus, and there was another one. Oh, what was the other one? I can't remember. It wasn't something like House on Haunted Hill, though. It wasn't Macabre and it wasn't House on Haunted Hill. It was Homicidal. That was the one.
Nice.
That box set was on the top shelf of my previous film bookshelf thingy, and it fell off, and the case literally crumbled on hitting the floor. It just turned into mashed cardboard, and it fell onto carpet from about 5 foot. But I don't know whether it just hit a bad angle or something. It just disintegrated. So I don't have the special edition box set for Volume 1 anymore, but I still have Volume 2. Volume 2 does not contain Castle's best films, I think it's probably fair to say. Zots is a absent-minded professor film about a professor who discovers that if he says the word Zots whilst wearing, I think it's a magic ring, he can do crazy things, which includes flying and generating rats.
Who
Okay.
wouldn't want that?
Yeah. The Old Dark House isn't the Old Dark House that everybody knows. It's a sort of weird comedy horror film. It's a bit awkward. Honestly, it wasn't really my cup of tea. 13 Frightened Girls is also known as The Candy Web, and that film is deeply unsettling. It's kind of like trying to ape a Nancy Drew style situation, but it has some very overt racist moments, and one of the key plot points is around a 13-year-old girl trying to have sex with a significantly older man. The guy, actually, fun fact, the guy she's trying to bonk ended up playing the mayor in Jaws. So, yeah, it's an
Is,
interesting picture.
is Straight Jacket the one with Joan Crawford?
It is indeed, and it's probably the best one on this set.
I was gonna say I really enjoyed that one. That and Berserker. I've got them on a back-to-back Blu-ray, and it's fantastic.
Nice,
Very
nice.
yeah.
It is. I definitely recommend Straight Jacket. It's really good fun. It's kind of a. Would you say it's psychological horror, or would you say it's more of a psychological thriller?
I'd say thriller. So more that route, really.
Yeah, yeah. It's really good. It's proper solid work from Castle. They recently put his last film out. You know, Vinegar Syndrome did. They put Shanks out, which is apparently a very strange
Really
film. Yeah, yeah, horror comedy about an undertaker who can resurrect people in like marionette puppet style. Um,
nice.
yeah, yeah.
On the subject of
Oh,
Castle, I'd say Macabre. It was it's not one of his better known, but it is a really interesting little movie.
oh yeah. No, completely agree. Completely agree. I mean, I think for me, my own personal high watermark is probably still going to be The Tingler.
Oh,
Um,
of course.
just a delightful work, but Macabre is good. House on Haunted Hill gets played to death, but I still kind of like it.
Yeah.
13 Ghosts is fun enough. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pick the non-sexy side of this box set, unfortunately, because we have another one where there's just overt nudity on pretty much all sides. So I'm gonna go for this side. And this is the Skullface Astronaut 10 pack. It's a 10 DVD
Oh,
box set. It's the works of Joe Sherlock, and Trev, you'll be familiar with Joe Sherlock's work because obviously he did We Need Earth Women.
absolutely. His first works were a lot of fun. I think he kind of got for a low budget director. He got a little bit repetitive. I felt like a bit. Still
Yeah,
puts out good stuff, but it's very kind of all in the same vein.
no, agreed, agreed. I've watched a couple of films out of this set, but I haven't gone through all of them just yet. Um, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it you know, booby streamers get a bad name, but I think he's become a bit of a booby filmmaker. It's just every
Oh,
film
100%.
now has to have some woman in a state of undress at some point in it. The film kind of comes second to that, which is a bit of a shame. But
Yeah.
I enjoy
I
when
think
he,
channel was it Channel 99?
yeah, yeah.
That one I think was just the best of the ones that I've seen. Regarded, I've not seen all of them, but
No, absolutely. It was a bit frustrating, really, as well, because they did two sets that you could buy from his website. One was a DVD set and one was a Blu-ray set, but the Blu-ray set had less movies but was charging more. Um,
oh man,
yeah, it was like you could get, I think it was 8 films in the Blu-ray set or 10 films in the DVD one. I'm just like, put the other 2 movies in, man. Don't make me Sophie's Choice your own filmography, please. So, but yeah, Sterling
fair.
Entertainment. The quality of this box set, I can also say, whilst the actual like the films themselves play fine and they look fine, the quality of the actual packaging for this is stupidly awful. It's basically just a cardboard box, and not like a hard cardboard. It's like the kind of thing that they put like tins of beans in that they take to the supermarket. If this thing got water on it, it would be ruined just immediately. Um,
It's weird
so
that it's not like better constructed. It's not hard considering how many boobs are on it.
womp womp.
I know. You can't say that I'm wrong though.
No, I cannot. No, I cannot. I'm going to burst through these really quickly because I'm sure everybody and their dog has at least one copy of these sitting around in their house somewhere.
I
Star
have
Wars,
7.
the impressive. Star Wars, the prequel films, Star Wars, the sequel films, and I also have Star Wars, the original films in a despecialized format. Um,
Ooh.
so that's New Hope, Return of the Jedi, and Empire Strikes Back, where they've basically painstakingly undid all of the CGI work um, that went into the Lucas remasters. Um, they're fine. I rewatched them this year for the first time in like 5 or 10 years. They're fine. They they do the job, I guess. I actually came away with a bit more of a fondness for Phantom Menace than I had previously, which that's saying something. But yeah, they're Star Wars in it.
James says I have the original trilogy on DVD with the Laserdisc transfers.
Ooh, very nice. Are they the gold ones or the silver ones? I always get them mixed up.
I
What
think
else am I gonna
the
go for?
original trilogy was I'm not sure actually. Kieran says, "Oh, the gold." James says.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I think I had the silver ones before I upgraded to Blu-ray. But yeah, the silver ones were kind of the lesser option. They were just the special editions and nothing else.
Kieran says, "You're lucky, man. Hemi's Despecialized Edition. I only have the 2006 special editions. I still love the original films."
Oh, yeah, no, they are cracking. And it's nice to be able to see them how they were originally played. I know that Lucas has tweaked those films to death, but it is nice to be able to sort of go back and see them for what they actually are, rather than trying to put lipstick on a pig, so to speak. But yeah,
I didn't even know that there was despecialized editions.
yeah. Well, the Star Wars fans, you see, they're a little bit nuts. Like
Really? Oh, come on, that's crazy.
they dislike the special editions so much that they went out and purposely went to auctions and purchased original film prints of the Star Wars films that played in theaters in the 70s. They then paid the $2 to $4 grand to have them all digitally scanned in HD. They then went and bought actual props that were used in those films and reshot sequences on original cameras with original film stock. All in the sake of trying to perfectly recreate the original films, and they still haven't managed to create a one-to-one recreation of the very first run of the original Star Wars films. And you just sit there and think, my God, Speaking of films that have had painstaking restorations, I believe Kurt has a copy of this as well. This is the 4K release of The Warriors from Arrow Video, region locked to the US only, but it is gorgeous and includes the theatrical cut, which is not readily available over here very easily. So,
Ooh,
really,
nice.
really good set. Really, really good set. Very highly recommend it if you can get your hands on it.
He says, you bet your ass I do."
Oh yeah, it's good. If you can dig it, you can dig it. That's all I'll say. Swinging back violently from really, really cool things to damn, why do you have this in your collection? I have the Halloween 4K collection, 1995 to 2002, the good films. This includes Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers, which, all right. It includes Halloween H20, which, all right. And you get Halloween Resurrection, which is the best one in this set and features Busta Rhymes kung fu kicking Michael Myers.
And he is the true champion of that movie.
Oh yeah, completely agreed. To be honest, this box set, I got it on a very heavy discount. I think Scream Factory basically tried to just clear as much stock as they could. Resurrection was worth the price of this set alone. Resurrection and the extras for Curse of Michael Myers paid for this set in and of itself. But yeah, Halloween H20, oh my god, I can't watch that one again. I won't be watching that for a very long time. Halloween 5 is my least favourite Halloween movie, but H20 is a very close second. Yeah. We'll get this one. So, I'll go for the Chucky Complete 7 movie collection. This is everything from Child's Play up to Cult of Chucky, doesn't include the TV series. Recently was sold on Zavi for $14.99. I paid £35 for this when it came out the first time around. Feeling it now. Arrow Video recently did a box set release of it that I don't understand why they did it. Because it's basically this box set but in a slightly different packaging with some different extras. And they're charging, I think it's triple the price of this box set for that. So if you are really, really into your Child's Play extras and you have 80 to 90 quid sat in your bank account, then by all means go and buy the Arrow release. But if you just want the movies looking really good, this box set more than does it. I rewatched these recently for Halloween. I have a real soft spot for Chucky. I think he's pretty great.
We'll add, not that it's on display here, but the TV series is incredibly good too.
You know, it's on sale currently in the UK. I think it's like £9 per season, and I've been very, very tempted because I have heard good things, but I haven't got around to it just yet.
I think of all of, and not to say that any horror franchise does a really good job of continuity, but like these guys, they get the people back that starred previously and stuff. Everything is connected, and it's done in such an interesting way. I was amazed, actually.
No, I'll have to have a look. I know that from what the clips I've seen, that it seems to really keep that tone and humour of the show, of their films. But yeah, just a quick one to flash up because it is in the box with all my box sets. I'm not really covering TV series in here particularly, but I do also own the complete Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which. I love that series. If you've ever... I mean, Seinfeld is often pitched as a show about nothing. Aqua Teen Hunger Force is a show about nothing. And it's hilarious for it. I have such a soft spot for that show. I really do. Some great Adult Swim stuff right there. And it comes with the film as well. Aqua Teen Hunger Force : movie film for theatres. Which is also really great fun. So, yeah.
Box art is nice, too.
It is. It really is. I've been waiting for a set like this for years because they had all of the individual DVD releases come out the year that the series went on the air. So, like, I think the first series was like 2002, 2001, 2002, I want to say. And every year that they did a series, they put the DVDs out. And as you can imagine, 20 odd years after the first one came out, it becomes notoriously difficult to try and track down the full series in one format or another. A couple of years ago, they put it all out as one just big box set like this, and I bit their arm off for it. It's a really fun little set. Triv, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you want horror or Bollywood?
See, I'm a horror girl through and through. I'm always going to choose horror.
Okay, then. You have chosen the Bob Clark Horror Collection as the next
nice.
one. Which is a 3-disc box set put out by 101 Films. It includes Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, Death Dream, and Black Christmas.
Very nice.
It's a lovely little box set. It's really solid. All 3 films are good fun. Very interesting features. And of course Black Christmas, absolute classic. Which will be getting a spin as soon as it goes back on my shelf, which will probably be tomorrow. Such a soft spot. I've seen Black Christmas now twice in the cinema, and it really is a properly atmospheric watch on a big screen in a dark room. You get chills. It's genuinely a great little film to see in the cinema if you get the chance. But yeah, this is a nice little set that they put out.
Let's see here. James says, "Oh God, I got the set back in November. I've yet to dive in. I'm planning to show them in Liam's and Stefano, planning to show them to Liam and Stefano in a few days' time." Kieran says, "I just realized I haven't watched a Christmas-themed movie this month. Too busy with uni work."
Oh man, well, I mean, if I can recommend any one to you, I would probably go for any of the MST3K Rift Santa Claus movies. Black Christmas is fun, but if you just want something that's like brain switchy offy and you just want to have a laugh and have a good time, things like Santa Claus Conquered the Martians, Santa Claus versus the Devil, The Christmas That Almost Wasn't, are all just really daft but very good fun horror films, Christmas films even. Well, they might be horror films depending on your opinion of
Yeah.
of those movies. But
Honestly, I would add it's a goofy ass movie, but it is a lot of fun. It's called Santa's Sleigh. It's got Bill Goldberg as Santa, and it's just I don't know, it's just a really fun movie. Rare Exports is Norwegian. It's fantastic. I think it's Norwegian. But it's fantastic too. Like it just is something so just different. So
oh yeah, absolutely. And Dial Code Santa. If you haven't seen Dial Code Santa, it's a French film. It's kind of a mashup of Die Hard and Home Alone. Um, I'd really need to show you guys that film at some point. It's so much fun. So much fun.
yeah.
If you'd have
Real
chosen
quick.
Bolly, oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just gonna say, Kurt said, speaking of those episodes, check out the last 2 Geek Salad retro reviews. Those are a lot of fun. Kurt was on them. James says the Christmas films I've watched this year have all been rewatches: Scrooged, Santa's Sleigh, and Gremlins. Kieran says I recommend 3615 Code PA Noel. It's a French Home Alone before Home Alone was made.
You know what?
Or
That's
thriller.
Dial Code Santa.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's cool. Cool. Yeah, no, it is a great film.
Awesome. And James says Santa's Sleigh is awesome. Bill Goldberg is the ultimate Santa. Oh.
Lovely stuff. I'll add that one to my list. I'm going to start watching more Christmas films after this week once I've got my films back up and I've got my player up and running. So far, I think I've only watched
Jack
Elf.
Frost too is a lot of fun. The horror Jack Frost, not the Michael Keaton one.
Yeah, those films are solid. Those films are really good. I've got both of them. I reviewed Jack Frost a few years ago, and I watched Jack Frost 2 for the first time about a year or so ago, and really had a good time with it. Yeah, they're both really, really solid as well. I mean, my Christmas film go-tos are always going to be National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and probably the original Grinch. Yeah. But yeah, no, absolutely. If you'd have chosen Bollywood, Triv, you would have gotten a rather special box set, Bollywood Horror, which is a series of Bollywood horror films that run for hours at a time and have musical numbers. I haven't yet deep dived into this set. I really, really want to. I was going to do it this Halloween just gone, but obviously we were doing a lot of housework and things kind of got ahead of them. But yeah, it's a solid set. It's from Mondo Macabre. Some very interesting horror films in there. I'm looking forward to giving them a watch, hopefully in the new year. We're coming to the end of the first box, and I think we're doing all right on time as well.
You had a box of boxes.
I got a box of boxes, yes. Quick flash: Twilight Zone box set, complete series, Blu-ray. Go watch the TZ podcast. Very, very good. I've got the 3 series I've watched in there, but series 4 and 5 are still on my shelf waiting to be watched. Really good set, very comprehensive on the extras fronts. Do highly recommend the upgrade if you can find a copy of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's if you can find it on sale, it goes pretty well on sale. The DVD collection is pretty decent too. Looking at chat here, James says, "I'm Santa Claus, not fucking Dracula." Let's see. Aaron says, "My Christmas picks are usually Die Hard 1 and 2, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Cobra, and Batman Returns."
Nice. Solid choices. Solid choices. I can get behind that. And then there's always the TV Christmas specials, things like Blackadder's Christmas Carol and the Father Ted Christmas special. And one of my ones we always watch every year is Fanny Craddock Cooks for Christmas, the most demented Christmas cookery program you will ever see in your life. You will think that you have been slipped something when you see those things. They're mental. They're
Yeah.
absolutely nuts.
One other one that you didn't mention, and not that it's a happy Christmas Carol movie, but the fact you just talked Twilight Zone, Odd Serling's Carol for Another Christmas.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely a fantastic adaptation of A Christmas Carol that deals with nuclear war. Brilliant film, really, really well made, and very obscure as well. It plays on TCM usually every Christmas, but yeah, it's not really had any kind of physical release, and not many people talk about it. But I would say it's surprisingly underrated.
Would agree, and poignant. Like it. I mean, it's like everything else that Serling did. It kind of, most of his stuff is timeless, and this is that same way. So
Completely agreed. Completely agreed.
Real quick, James says, actually, Santa Sleigh is my favorite killer Santa movie. It beats Christmas Evil, though they're different films. Kieran says, is there a Christmas Wallace and Gromit episode? And, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just having a think. I think the only one that is the currently coming up one, Vengeance Most Foul. I think it's set around Christmas time. All the rest though are not.
I'm trying to think, because I saw Vengeance Most Foul. Actually, that one takes place during the summer.
Does it? I don't think there is a Wallace and Gromit. There is a Shaun the Sheep Christmas special. I know that much. So, like, a spin-off Wallace and Gromit Christmas special exists, but I don't think a Wallace and Gromit Christmas special exists. On that note, I have two public domain box sets here as well to show, which is Nightmare World and Horror Classics. Both are fantastic. At the time, were fantastic value for money. I think both were about £20 each for 100 public domain movies, which, that's less than £1 a film, basically. Quality may vary very strongly, but basically these two box sets are my go-tos for when I have a gap in my season schedules. If I'm like writing reviews for movies and I've got a gap where I'm like, I don't really want to cover a modern film, or I've already covered too many of this type of genre or too much of that, I'll pull these out, have a quick flick through, and just sort of try my luck with a couple of public domain films and see if anything looks good. There have been some absolute stinkers on those sets. Swamp Women was probably a low point for my channel, I'll be honest. Very.
Swamp Women, no, that's not an MST movie, is it?
I think it was. I want to say it was a Roger Corman production, but it's literally just three women break out of jail and go into the bayou to try and find the diamonds they buried before they got arrested, and it's just them wandering around a swamp for an hour.
Swamp Diamonds, not Swamp Women.
Swamp Diamonds, yes. I think it's Swamp Women as an alternate title for it, though. Yeah, it's called Swamp Women, 1955, starring Beverly Garland.
Woohoo!
Yeah, great little box sets. I think you've got the Horror Classics one as well, haven't you, Trev?
I have about 6 of these box sets, and I paid $5 a piece at Walmart back in the day.
Damn, that is gold.
Oh yeah.
Ugh. Another Arrow box set here, and this is the second to last one out of the box set box, which is Cold War Creatures, 4 films from Sam Katzman. Sam Katzman is the director who did The Giant Claw, which is a fantastically rubbish film. I love it to pieces. It's a solid enough creature feature movie, but the puppet that they use was really cheap and looks horrendous. The other films in this set are a little bit mixed. The Zombies of Mara Tau is one that's featured on this, and that's really slow and hard going. There's no zombies in it either, really. The Werewolf is another one that's quite good, and probably the highlight of the set is the creature on the box, which is Creature with the Atomic Brain, which, that's perfect sounding Universal monster movie. I think these are Columbia Pictures, but you get the idea. It's a solid 50s B-movie sci-fi set. I don't even know if it's still in production, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
Nice. Well, I don't remember seeing it when I was looking at Arrow over Black Friday. Looking at chat, Kurt, yes, Mill Creek sets were a goldmine of shit. There was actually a lot of good stuff on there too, like if you want like 20s and 30s cinema, like if you're looking for anything that was kind of classic from that era, it's amazing how many like Alfred Hitchcock and ones like that. Also, obviously Roger Corman and the likes of those.
Yeah.
The Wrong Trousers was shown on Boxing Day 93, Close Shave and A Matter of Loaf and Death were shown either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day 95 and 98 respectively. Kieran says, Wrong Trousers will always be my fave. I heard that Feathers is coming back in the next movie, which is Vengeance Most Foul. Having seen it, I can tell you that you will not be disappointed in that respect. James says, I can never get used to Ben Whitehead's Wallace voice. All I can think of is that clip of outtakes from one of the video games of Wallace swearing.
Yes, that's quite an infamous one. There's well, it speaks for itself. There's a clip on YouTube where the new voice actor for Wallace did a load of big swears. It's quite funny. And rounding off the box of box sets, well, this is the last box set that's in the box of box sets, but there is a box set that I can see directly in front of me that isn't in the box of box sets that will be the next one up. But this is the last box set in the box of box sets. Are you still with me?
It's on with
it! It's the Toxic Avenger 4K box set. Let me just tidy that up a little bit. Am I getting right now?
Let's go nice.
There we go. Yeah.
TA and 4K.
TA and 4K, gorgeous looking films. Really, really solid set of 4K discs. The original Toxic Avenger looks completely different to how it looked on its Blu-ray release. They completely redid all of the color schemes to bring it in line with the original theatrical release. Toxic Avenger 2 has some scenes that were cut for the Blu-ray put back in place. And Toxic Avenger 3 and 4, they went back to the original negatives, whereas all the previous versions were just using like off prints. All the remastering was done by Vinegar Syndrome as well. It looks incredible. It really is a properly solid set. I watched all 4 of them back to back to back when I first got my hands on it. And I think it's a great set. I don't know if it's still in print. If it is and it's going for a good enough price, I say pounce on it if you can, because it's honestly super, super good.
Nice. Kieran says, of the box sets of box of box sets and the box sets outside the box sets, he says boxception.
It is a lot of boxception going on. While I try to get another box of films together, I'm going to put the box set that was in my peripheral vision on camera, and that is the 66 Batman DVD set, all 3 seasons. A very, very nice one. Just pop my boxes over here. Every episode looking really good. I'm gonna replace that now with a Vinegar Syndrome DVD stand, because we're going to move on to single discs and other various bits. We're just going to see how many we can get through, honestly. Kicking off with Kathy's Curse.
Very nice. Real quick, Kieran says, speaking of upgrades, Massacre Video claims to have a 4K version of Murder Set Pieces in the works. That's Nicholas Palumbo's second and last movie.
Yeah, the infamous works of Nutbag Nick Columbine. I don't know if I'll pick it up, if I'm being completely honest. It would have to be a really good price, because the only reason I enjoy Nutbag as much as I do is because the BBFC basically completely defanged it, and it just became really silly as a result. So,
well, thank God for that. Murder Set Pieces is still banned here, I think, according to James.
I think so, yeah. I think the only way you can currently watch it is through a Dutch DVD release for the UK. So, yeah. But yeah, Kathy's Curse, terrible movie. Really, really bad movie. um, I wish I had more to say about it. Um, I was supposed to do a
Did you review
collab.
this one?
No, I was supposed to. I was going to do a collab with somebody for summer 2023. And then a load of my family members just randomly decided to die. Um, and that really does put a dampener on funny riff times. So
No, that's fair. I think
yeah,
if you're gonna have that, that's probably the right reason.
well, this is it. I mean, never say never. The person who I was going to collab with still, is still making videos, still doing good stuff, and I'd love to work with them. But it's just making sure our schedules line up, and there's so much going on at the minute.
Yeah.
To be honest, I haven't even begun to think about what the next season's going to hold. The only thing I can say with any degree of certainty is that we will be doing Camp Blood 6. That's the only thing I know for a certain will be happening, unfortunately. So,
Oh,
yeah.
I hope your whole season is Camp Blood movies, really.
Oh, thank you. How kind. Yes.
Real quick, Kieran says, I got my MSP DVD copy for a measly €5 by pure luck. Found it at the back of a pile of DVDs in a bookstore. I don't know if I'm lucky at that price or unlucky for the Palumbo's ineptitude.
Yeah. I mean, it seems reasonable. I mean, there's two different cuts in Nutbag. There's one with all the violence and gore put back in place, and there's one with it all removed. And I prefer the removed version because I think it's funnier. But that's just me. Let's go through some AGFAs. I've got loads of AGFAs over here. So, as you know, a bit of a fan of the American Genre Film Archive. So we've got a few here. Hey folks, it's intermission time video party. That's all the film intermission-y type things arranged in a nice compilation. Probably my favourite release of this year. Out of everything that I've picked up, this one is probably the one I love the most. I still rewatch it periodically. I haven't been able to for the last month or two because my player's boxed up, but as soon as I get it back up and running, it'll probably just sit in my Blu-ray player and go out. It'll be turned on randomly throughout the rest of next year, basically. A really good set. And highly recommend you pick it up if you can.
Karen says, I also have the uncut Nutbag DVD too. 76 minutes total. Yeah, not great.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad I'm onto the right thing with that one. The next one is actually a bit of a sentimental one. It's Drug Stories, the Scare Film Archives Volume 1. The reason why it's a little bit sentimental to me personally is I do believe that it was the first thing that you and I worked on, Trev, was we did a commentary for this.
Yeah. You, me, and Ben, that was so much fun. I was nervous as hell.
You were fine. You talked about drugs in ways that people never have, and probably never will.
Actually, was it this, or was it, what was the Vincent Price movie?
Oh, The Monster Club.
Yeah, it was either that or this.
It was one of the two, but both were very good times. Very good times.
It was.
We lived, we laughed, and most importantly, we learnt.
I was up at the ass crack of dawn for that, man.
You were paid handsomely in exposure.
I didn't need your ass as exposure.
I know, but I still showed it, because why not? So daft. After that, we've got the Bloodorama Triple Frightmare. I'm going to be completely honest with you. They did a Volume 2 of it recently. As of this Black Friday, there's a Volume 2. I didn't much care for Volume 1, so it's 3. Basically, the rule of thumb with AGFA is if they release a box set of multiple films on a single disc, what that actually translates to is they are 3 or more films that aren't very good and wouldn't sell on their own, but if they put it together in a box set with a catchy title, they can sell it. This one has 3 films, which were Help Me, I'm Possessed, Night of the Strangler, and Carnival of Blood. Help Me, I'm Possessed is it's probably the best film on the set, but it's basically a sort of semi-Exorcist knockoff, and it's not very good. Night of the Strangler has Mickey Dolenz in it, playing a family member whose family slowly starts getting murdered, and he has to figure out why. Again, it's not very good. And Carnival of Blood, there are 2 Carnival of Bloods. This is the not very good Carnival of Blood.
Oh, so the non-Herc Harvey one?
Yeah. It's basically an hour and 10 minutes of fairground footage intercut with really, really scratchy, poor quality audio.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's not great. It was so good that when they announced they were doing Volume 2, I basically just went, I'm good. I'm okay. Then there's the Agfa Horror Trailer Show, which is a compilation of bizarre horror trailers and horror films. It's alright. It's okay. I think it goes on a little bit longer than I personally would have liked, but there's some very interesting, obscure horror films in there that I hadn't heard of before that certainly updated my watch list a bit. So I can recommend it on that front. The more interesting feature is actually an extra feature on this disc, which is called, let me just have a quick look, the Agfa Horror Trailer Show Video Rage. And that's basically the same gist as the Horror Trailer Show, a sort of compilation of trailers and clips, but it's all shot and video stuff. So
Nice.
it's like an hour and 10 minutes of like exclusively shot on video trailers, shot on video horror movies, family films, just strange stuff. And it's got like a weird horror host who's like a Grim Reaper type figure on it, like an exploding green screen backdrop. It's really quite out there, which I kind of liked. But the actual main feature, I was just kind of a bit like, okay. So pick it up for the extras. It's very good.
Kurt says, man, I added so many movies to my watch list on Letterboxd after watching the Horror Trailer Show.
Oh yeah. That thing's loaded. I mean, I must have added at least 2 dozen from the main one, and then I think it was basically every film that popped up on the SOV one. Just was like, okay, I need to check that, and that, and that, and then, and then, and then.
And then!
The next one up is Smut Without Smut, Satanic Horror Night. It's basically a compilation of satanic cinema with sex in it, but the sex has been cut out on purpose. And it's quite funny, really, because it makes all of the sort of demonic... Like, these are films where, like, sex was kind of a key plot point of the film. And with it all cut out, it's just a load of people prancing around in demon masks and, like, talks of sexual rituals that never get seen. It's good fun. It's been a little while since I've caught this one, and I was under the influence of some alcohol at the time. But I remember having a good laugh with it. I think it was fun enough. It's probably due a rewatch, in all fairness. So yeah, there's another one. I believe all of these are still available on Vinegar Syndrome's website, and I recommend picking them up. All of these up, at least for one reason or another. They're all relatively solid. This one especially. The Rockafire Explosion. It's a cracking documentary about the history of animatronic robots, and in particular the sort of Rockafire Explosion and Showbiz Pizza debacle that was going on before everything sort of merged into Chuck E. Cheese.
Right.
It's one of those documentaries that you watch it and kind of come away going, oh, that was pretty solid. Don't Google what happened after the documentary finished. It's my best advice. They follow...
Kieran says, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, they follow the bloke who created the animatronics and 3, like, super hardcore fans of the Rockafire Explosion as a movement. And when you're watching the documentary, it kind of ends on a really sort of positive, we help make kids' dreams a reality, and and then you Google the names of the people who were featured in the documentary, and it didn't go so well for those guys after this documentary finished. It did not go so well for them at all.
Kieran asks, did Lee Frost make any of those satanic horrors?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know off the top of my head. It's really more of a compilation. So rather than it just being specific films, it's kind of big stretches of various bits and pieces from different films all around. So I couldn't honestly tell you off the top of my head. The next one, I think you've got a copy of this, Triv. It's the Shockorama Video Party.
Yeah, on your recommendation. It's high up on my watch list. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah. It's a fine enough set. Again, it's kind of similar thing for the Frightorama triple bill. It's 4 low-budget horror films of mixed quality. Some are hilariously awful, some are actually kind of well made. The extras, again, are really solid. This is the thing with these AGFA sets like this, the extra features sometimes far outstrip the actual movies that are on the discs. But yeah, this is good fun. They have an option where you can select to watch all the films one after another as one big video. And they put in intermission cards and trailers between the films as well. So it's basically like you've gone to watch like a 4-film quad feature.
Nice.
It's stuff like
That's
that really makes me love AGFA. Like for years I used to champion Arrow, and then I started championing Vinegar Syndrome, and now I'm all in on AGFA. I think every release they put out, at least to some degree, like pulls me in. I don't think they've released anything that I haven't at least moderately gone, yeah, I should pick that up.
They do have good stuff of everything I've seen.
Absolutely.
There's the thing with so many of these, like kind of more low budget movies. The stories behind them are sometimes better than the movies themselves. I mean, not to pull a cliched one, but Bad Pussy, the movie itself is kind of just stupid, but the story behind it is so interesting.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And I know we bring it up a lot, but it's exactly as you say. It's the fact that they went to the trouble of preserving it and making sure that it's proliferant, whether people like it or not. That I think is probably the best thing about it, really. Another one here, another documentary, Glow, which is a documentary about the gorgeous ladies of wrestling. Again, a really solid documentary, and I can very much recommend you check it out because it is genuinely a quite interesting history of alternate wrestling. But more to the point, the extra features are phenomenal. Like, they have entire episodes of Glow on there, and like entire wrestling matches, all the music videos they ever shot. They do a Where Are They Now section because the actual documentary came out a few years ago, so they actually went out and filmed a follow-up where they hunted down the people again and sort of reunited them and stuff. And yeah, I bought it just as a passing interest, but I actually genuinely like really enjoyed it. So I can recommend it. I'm not a big wrestling guy, but I liked Glow. It sounded like it didn't take itself quite as seriously as the WCWs and WWFs of the day. And, I appreciated that. So
understandable. Real quick, Kieran says Radiance Films looks like a great boutique label.
Yes, I have seen a few good ones that they've put out recently. I really need to check them out in a bit more detail. Screenbound as well are another quite good label that have recently rebooted and started to put good stuff out again. They used to do a lot of Amicus films. So yeah, I'm hoping that they'll come back with a bit of a barnstormer in the near future as well.
He also says with movies like Bat Pussy and those IFD ninja movies of the 80s, a lot of their appeal is in their inherent mysteriousness.
Oh yeah. Well, Bat Pussy famously, only 2 prints exist of it. A quote complete cut that was found in 2019, and the original cut, which was found wedged behind a porno theatre wall just before it was about to be demolished in, I think it was 1992. We don't know the director, we don't know any of the cast, we don't know why they made it, who they made it for, we don't know if there was a script, there's no sort of production notes for it. It quite literally is just a big mystery.
We
And I
do know
love
that
it for
there's a
that.
Razorback tattoo, and that is the most important thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
It
To
says they
that,
made it for us.
oh yeah, yeah, they made it for us. Next up as well, there's the Curious Doctor Hump.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a 60s film. To be honest, I watched it a few years ago. I'm a bit hazy on details, but I seem to remember that it involves explosive sexualism. But it's a 60s kind of go-go movie. I seem to remember it being inoffensive. I didn't dislike it. I didn't love it. But I mean, look at that face. Who could not love that face?
And that's a face of a man with explosive sexual organs right there.
You know what? If that is the face of explosive sexual magnetism, if ever I saw one. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and then we've got this was actually quite a good find. Video Diary of a Lost Girl. It's a late 2000s surrealist experimental art house film. It's very heavily influenced by that kind of late 80s new wave Pee-wee's Playhouse B-52s style aesthetic. It's a little slow going in places, but it reminds me a bit of films like Liquid Sky and Dakota. I want to cover this either on the After Dark sets that I worked on, or possibly on the channel. It's an interesting film. I think it needs a couple more watches for me to really nail it though. So that one will probably come
Fair
up
enough.
at some point. But highly recommended if you can get a copy of it. It's good. And then the last AGFA that I've got in this stack is one of the more recent releases, which is the Cult of AGFA trailer show. Very similar to the horror trailer show, but it's just generic film trailers rather than horror specific. There's a fantastic public information film from the set of RoboCop, where it's a stop smoking PSA,
Nice.
where RoboCop basically shoots around a guy who's smoking a cigarette on the street and says, "Thank you for not smoking in this theatre," which is really cool. And they've got the Pee Wee Herman Crackers Whack ads, all of them, with the girl from Saved by the Bell and Clint Eastwood as well, which was quite cool. It's a nice
That
little
was
set.
crazy. When I did my, I did a couple short form riffs and on drug stuff, and when we ran across the Clint Eastwood one, it's like I've only ever heard of the Pee Wee Herman one.
Mm.
So to see Clint Eastwood, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. The whole movement was kind of nuts. But yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Of the two, I preferred this one over the horror set, but the horror set has the SOV extra feature, which I liked more than both of these. So just buy them both. Just buy them both. They're both cheap enough. Just get them both and have a real good time. That's my advice.
Real quick, Kieran says the shooting around a guy who wasn't smoking on the street. He says that's almost literally a scene from RoboCop 2.
Pretty much. It was around that era. I think it was either RoboCop 2 or 3. It wasn't original RoboCop. But yeah, there's a good one on that intermission set of a PSA for the what's it called? It was a tuberculosis charity that was founded by celebrities. John Wayne founded it. And they used to do like lots of like charity organisations through cinemas and theatres. But they did a special with Married with Children that would play in theatres, where they were trying to get like money and stuff, and that was quite good fun. Um, the next one is a bit of a shift in pace. It's called Forbidden Love, and it's a really nice documentary. I genuinely really quite enjoyed it. It's essentially a documentary discussing the history of how LGBTQ people formed relationships and kind of lived in a time where it was very strictly outlawed in Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, and a lot of the main sort of central point is focusing around how women discovered that they were lesbians through trashy kind of pulp erotic novels. There was a lot of them where it was like women in bad relationships or in bad marriages who ran off with their best friends who happened to be a girl, and these women kind of discovered who they really were by sort of engaging in this sort of lurid fiction. And yeah, it talks about the culture of the time. It talks about where hookup spots were, and the sort of trials and tribulations of being gay in a time where it was very heavily outlawed. And it's a really touching documentary. There's some genuinely harrowing moments listed in there. I don't know if it's still available. It was very low print last time I checked it on Vinegar Syndrome's website, but I do highly recommend picking that one up as well if you're interested in a more sort of real life documentary type thing. I really liked it. I thought it was quite bittersweet. Right, we'll go for a bit of a departure. We'll go for this one, which is Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World. Yeah, basically, it's kind of it's like Mythbusters before Mythbusters. It was kind of talking about things like dowsing and psychics and spiritualists and are ghosts real, but it was all hosted by and narrated by Arthur C. Clarke.
Well, that's
Very
cool.
striking intro. My dad got me into this years and years and years ago, and eventually they put it all out on DVD, so I went and picked it up. A lot of it's baloney, a lot of it's like bunkum, but it's fun watching because it's I think if memory serves, it was early mid '80s. It's fun watching them talk about these things as if they're very matter of fact and could be real, when like a few years after the series finished, like most of the stuff in it was like thoroughly debunked. So
That's
it's
kind of like what was the Leonard Nimoy one, In Search of?
yeah. It's very similar to that in sort of style and tone. But yeah, it's more of a personal guilty pleasure. I quite like it. It's nice.
Nice. Kieran says homosexuality behind closed doors was illegal in Britain until 1967, wasn't it? Literally
It
living
was.
memory.
Yeah. It was. I can't remember whether it was fully decriminalised in '69 or not. I seem to recall, but yeah, it was. It was a bad time to be a part of the LGBT community during that time, and even once it was decriminalised, changing attitudes from people who, you know, years earlier were pushing for people to be put in prison for whether they were gay or not. That kind of stuff didn't really die down until the '90s, and even then, well, as you can see around you, those attitudes didn't stop. They just went a bit quiet, and now they're getting louder again, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, yeah. This one was a weird one, and I think it's still available on Vinegar Syndrome's site, but it was odd. Psycho Paul's Film Festival. The best way I can describe it is it feels like a kid with a video camera decided to try and do some skits, and then they released it on Blu-ray under a multinational corporation's name. That's the best I've got. It literally, it's really, really rough. The editing is atrocious, and it is literally just a kid with a tripod and a camera, possibly from the 80s or 90s. I'm not entirely sure. Just trying to do comedy routines that are a bit awkward. And I tried to be nice, but it's not great. I don't know how this got a release, honestly. Um, like there's underground SOV cinema, and then there's like literally just somebody's like private home videos being leaked globally. Um, yeah, very strange release. I might cover it at some point, but I don't think I've really got a lot to say other than it was very strange.
Now you look here, you know full well that Psycho Paul is good people and you're just jealous.
I am totally jelly. Totes my goats. The next one is Final Flesh, which is one I really do want to talk about at some point. I've made a point of trying to ring fence that because I want to get round to it. Basically, there was a show on MTV in 2004 called Wonder Chosen, which clips of it circulate online all the time. But it was basically like a Sesame Street, but it was written to be very adult slanted. But they did it in a smart way rather than a sort of lowest common denominator kind of way. The crew that made that a couple of years prior to making Wonder Shows and made this film, which is Final Flesh, which is the guy who wrote the scripts, found out that there were porn companies that would direct your fantasies. You could write whatever you wanted and send it to them, and they would shoot it as long as you paid them. So this guy, being like a very politically savvy, very charismatic guy, purposely wrote the most obtuse porn scenes you could possibly imagine, and then paid these companies to go and shoot it. And you end up with all sorts of very bizarre, like otherworldly style scenes. Like he would purposely make all of the cast act very stiff or very alien. You'd have plot lines about women arguing over a tin of soup while fully clothed, and he would really stress the specific notes of things, and it creates this incredibly psychedelic viewing experience where everything. There's a TV show in the UK called Jam. It was directed by Chris Morris, and I know at least Liam and James probably know about Jam or Brass Eye, and it's very much like that. It's just a very odd viewing experience. It feels like you're watching alien television. But yeah, I really need to talk about that one in a bit more detail on the channel at some point because it's just such an odd film. Just very, very odd. You can understand how they went on to do Wonder Shows, and there's a show called Xavier Renegade Angel was another one, which basically feels like you're watching an AI robot having a meltdown. But just bizarre film, genuinely bizarre.
So would you say that it's stranger as a sex scene than the Tommy Wiseau sex scenes in The Room?
Oh yeah, definitely more. Definitely more. Well, most of the scenes that they paid for don't actually feature sex at all. Most of them don't even have nudity in. He basically just paid these production companies to see how far he could troll them, essentially.
Nice.
Um,
Kieran says, political porn, question mark? What is this, Alberto Calvalone?
Close.
And James says, Jam is excellent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a very odd, very bleak series. I'm going to run through a few quick ones here. So this is 1001 Classic Commercials.
Dan, your camera died.
Ah, damn it. Right, 1 second, guys. Technical difficulties. Let me just swap this little old battery over. So how you guys doing tonight? You're feeling well? We'll treat you right? Done all your Christmas shopping? Done some of your Christmas shopping? Done none of your Christmas shopping? Christmas?
James says your camera is being a potato.
It is. It's one of the problems. I'm using a DSLR rather than a webcam, and they have built-in batteries that don't last as long as you would like them
to. James says, fine, as far as the Christmas shopping. I'm sorry, I'm done. He's done with his Christmas shopping. Kurt says it's not a stream unless something goes wrong.
Hopefully this should do it. Let's see?
Nothing yet.
There we go.
There we go.
Let me
Yep, you're back.
adjust that height a little bit. There we are. Zoom in. Let's try and sharpen that up a little. There we go. And we'll pull back out
My
again.
gosh, you've got a new movie up there.
Oh yeah. So.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say. So this is 1001 classic commercials. 16 hours of classic commercials from the 40s through to the 60s. A very weird set. Basically all of the sort of strange kid toys, the stuff that was full of asbestos and uranium, all that good stuff.
Nice. Kieran says, I'm sure I'll do some of my own personal Christmas shopping after the 25th. Flying over to England, and after the big day, I'll be sure to visit HMV, as I usually do.
Nice, nice. Yeah, no, I mean, really, it's after Christmas. You get some of the best bargains. So, yeah, I hope you do land some winners with that one, man. Next up
says, I love old commercials.
Oh, me too. Me too. Absolutely. I've got a couple of sets like that. I've got another one that's called Rock Around the Clock, which is a 24-hour. It's split over 6 DVDs, and it's a 24-hour recreation of what a typical day on a 1950s television station would be, complete with commercials. So they play like programs, commercials, news reports, like as if it was a normal day, and they include a little mini recreation of a TV guide so you can follow along with what's on. They did a 60s version as well, but I couldn't get my hands on it in time, which was a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I'd even say what makes like the Star Wars Holiday Special more endearing is the fact that it has like the commercials and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Let me just get this little guy centered. So yeah, I've got Monster of Indian Flats. That film is an experience. I think that's fair to say. It's an experience. Not
it
as
looks
good.
like melted tapioca.
Yeah, it's about a mutated sheep. I personally didn't enjoy it. There are some like bad movie fans who are like, "This is the greatest film ever." I don't think it does enough to really get me involved, honestly. But it's fine enough. It's fine enough. It's not as good as Carnival Magic, which
what is?
I mean, it's got a monkey car chase. A monkey drives a car and the police chase him. What? You're not going to get better than a monkey car chase. Yeah, the monkey steals the car. The monkey in the film headbutted an editor and put him in the hospital with a concussion. It's Carnival Magic. It's magic.
James says, this is about God Monster of Indian Flats. It's an experience, all right. It's beyond shit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if James is talking about Carnival Magic or God Monster of Indian Flats. The bit where the monster knocks over the petrol pump with his ass. I don't remember.
I think that is God Monster, I think.
Okay. And Kurt says, I have the riff tracks of Carnival Magic. I have to show it because the riffs are great. John also has just joined the chat, and he says it's a great episode of MST.
Which John is this?
Oh, Cleveland.
Welcome. Yes, he did say you might drop in. Yeah, I completely agreed. It was watching it through MST3K that actually got me to go and buy the Blu-ray of it, because I was just like, I need to see this unriffed as soon as possible. So a couple more quick ones. I've got this film, Popcorn, was recommended to me by my uncle as being a notoriously bad British film. I don't know anything about it, honestly. It's been sat on my shelf for about 6 years. Eventually I'll watch it. When the Sun is calling it Laugh a Minute, you know it's going to be special. When the best review in the film says sizzling with fit birds, you know a good time is going to be had by all. By all.
I see no feathers in that. Where are the birds?
Oh dear. Another quick one, Evil Toons, deathly dull film. I was really hopeful that this one would actually have something good going on with it, given that it's got quite a few sort of horror mainstays, B-movie horror mainstays in there. It's surprisingly dull, and I think there's only actually 2 or 3 moments of animation in the film, which was a bit of a bummer. It's definitely one that oversells itself. I wasn't a great big fan of it, I'll be completely honest. Following that up, though, I do also have the limited edition Arrow Blu-ray of Carrie, which is gorgeous, and the special edition, it was one of the first times that Arrow did these kind of hard box special edition sets. It comes with a full-size poster of this artwork, which
Nice.
I really love. I'm going to try and get it framed if I can, because I have a real soft spot for that artwork for the film. I think it's really, really solid. And then again, swinging right back on the pendulum, I have Dolly Dearest, which is not a good film. It's a good film if you wanted to do like a killer doll marathon. It's not a good film in any other regard.
It's good to have balance.
Yeah. Well, Vinegar Syndrome did all right with it. It looks really nice. It's just a shame. I would say it's nice video, shame about the song. Let me grab another stack. Here we go. Oh, I'll build a little wall of films here so we can go through them. So kicking off, Lucio Fulci's The Beyond. That's the original Arrow video release. I think that's my favourite Fulci film of the trilogy that he did. House by the Cemetery is okay, but The Beyond I think has a special place in my heart. I've never been a big fan of City of the Living Dead. It's all right, but it's no Beyond.
Is the Beyond the one where the lady, like, all of her internal organs come out through her mouth?
I believe it may well. Yes, I think it is actually. The House by the Cemetery is the one that has Bob in it.
Yeah. Damn you, Bob!
Yeah, and City of the Living Dead is one that I always blank on, because I remember the only thing I remember is a priest commits suicide at the beginning of the film, and then I go blank for the rest of it, which is a testimony to how good it probably was. There's a bit where a woman's buried alive and she nearly gets a pickaxe through the head.
Oh no, that's the one where the lady's all of her internal organs come out through her mouth. The Beyond is set in New Orleans, or I think New Orleans. The lady gets like the tell. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Fabulous. Oh, a question for chat. Which is your favourite of the Lucio Fulci films? Do let us know.
Real quick, James says, I think when Carrie and The Thing came out on Arrow, it was the point I realized Arrow was starting to release mainstream films. Now all the new releases are main or very famous.
Yeah, that was kind of the tipping point for me, really, when they started doing, like, they'd announce a new slate of films, and the new slate of films would be 4 titles: a mainstream film, a 4K version of the same mainstream film, a Blu-ray copy of a mainstream film, and maybe one slightly obscure film, and that was it. That I started kind of drifting a little bit from them. I think I now maybe pick up 1 or 2 Arrow releases a year, whereas before it was like everything they put out, I would be like front and center for them.
There. Looking here, Kieran says, love The Beyond alongside Beatrice Sensi, Defo, my faves from Fulci. He also says, yes, City has the intestines vomiting scene. House has Bob, which is the most excruciating special effect in any Italian horror movie ever.
Agreed. The Nightmare Fuel runs strong. But he was good in Demons.
Kurt says his favorite is Zombie.
Ooh, good choice. I do like Zombie. I've got the 4K set around here somewhere. You'll see it probably soon enough. Next up, it's a Bill Rebane movie. It's Blood Harvest, starring the Tiny Tim. I actually own two versions of this. I own the Vinegar Syndrome release, which I was quite happy to open and sort of play, but then I also own the 88 Films version of it, which is a bit of a rarity because they got the rights to release the film, they remastered it, they posted it out to people who pre-ordered it, and then they got sued and they had to recall all their shop copies. So basically, unless you pre-ordered it, you didn't get a copy of that film. Which, as you can imagine, 88 film sets are numbered. Um, so there's currently a gap in most people's 88 films collections where Blood Harvest isn't there. Um, so yeah, I have a sealed copy of the 88 films version of Blood Harvest. If anyone wants it. um, but yeah, Blood Harvest is
Real
a
quick.
strange film.
Oh, it is very strange. Okay.
Mm.
James says 88, 101, Indicator, etc. have started to pick up the slack. Even Second Sight have upped their game.
Oh yeah, yeah, completely agree. Second Sight recently did The Hitcher, which is fantastic. It's really good to see that even when one boutique label falters a little bit, the others do pick up the gaps.
Absolutely.
Speaking of strange films, Bloodbeat.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm sure, Triv, you have a lot of thoughts on Bloodbeat. You reviewed it recently, didn't you?
I did not review Bloodbeat. That was one of the samurai, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I did not do this one.
Oh, you did talk to me about it though.
I did. I was on kind of a blood title thing. No, I have seen this. I have not reviewed it.
But it's a very strange film.
Yeah.
I feel a bit one note when I just say it's a very strange film. That genuinely is what it is. It's hard to kind of explain it.
Yeah.
It features a woman who has psychic abilities, who somehow manifests a samurai, but it's set in the Midwest. Is it Thanksgiving or Christmas?
Thanksgiving.
Christmas.
Well, it is Thanksgiving. Yeah. I thought it was Thanksgiving. No, it is Christmas. It's the other Blood Rage takes place at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Real quick in chat, John says his favorite Fulci is Zombie. Kurt says, "Oh God, that was a fun stream where we watched Blood Harvest. That was a fun stream." Kieran says, "Zombie Flesh Eaters, or a Zombie 2, or fuck it." John says, "The RPGer in me has a special place for Conquest."
Good choices. All good choices.
Aaron says, "Yeah, Arrow really is slacking these days. Radiance was founded by ex-Arrow employees, from what I recall, and they're miles better than Arrow." James says, "I still pick up a lot of Arrow sales." He also says, "The last titles I got during the Arrow sale last October were Brain Damage and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Oddly fitting that both films are about drugs and they came out 10 years apart."
No, completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, some good choices there from all of you. Genuinely, Fulci is an interesting one. I mean, I've always been more of an Argento fan myself, but when Fulci had, when you need that itch scratching that only Fulci can provide, he really does deliver. This one I was a little bit disappointed with, honestly. It's the 2-disc Troma release of Bloodsucking Freaks. The film itself, I actually I don't have a problem with. I think it's all right. The problem I had with it was that the film was remastered in-house by Troma, and as a fun fact for anybody who wants to order any films from Troma, their remastering is notoriously awful. The reason why I was so happy with the Toxic Avenger in 4K set was because it was remastered by Vinegar Syndrome, not Troma. But Troma is notoriously penny pinching and wants to try and make sure that their remasters are all done in-house to save as much money as possible, which means you don't get proper color correction, you don't get proper cleanup. They clean up most of it, but not all of it. They leave scratches and dirt and stuff on the print, and they compress the absolute shit out of it to try and get it on the lowest size discs as possible. which means you get loads of pixelation and artifacting and stuff like that on it. It's not great. So the film itself, I'm fine with Bloodsucking Freaks. I think it's fun enough. But yeah, they really ballsed up the remastering on it. There's a new release of it that's come out quite recently that I'm tempted to pick up, but it's one of them where I don't really watch it enough to warrant double dipping. But at the same time, the remastering's so shocking, I'm kind of like, it would be nice, but I'll figure it out eventually. Sleepaway Camp.
Ooh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Another one from Scream Factory. I had the Spanish release of this film for years because it's not available in the UK. The UK has never had a release of Sleepaway Camp outside of, I think the last one was the Anchor Bay DVD box set, which, yeah, that was limited supply and that isn't readily available anymore. In Spain, the film was called Campamento Sangriento. So yeah. Another, Trev, this one will make you happy. It's a double feature of the Troll movies.
I love those movies.
Have you ever been to Nilbog?
You know what? I think I passed through it one time. People were all eating green shit, although, it could have just been Midwest behavior, so.
Is that common in the Midwest? Can Kurt verify this?
I mean, we don't piss all over, we don't piss all over our food, but everything else is pretty accurate.
Okay, I could believe it. This set as well. Oh, sorry, you were saying.
Kurt can confirm.
Perfect. As long as I've got two Midwesterners confirming that is the case, then we're all right. This set also includes the documentary. I think it's called Worst Movie Ever, where they meet up with the cast years after the film was made and kind of follow them around. It's really the documentary alone makes this set worth it, but Troll 2 is definitely a sight to behold.
It is. James says Troll is the only Harry Potter movie I didn't feel horrible watching.
Yeah, makes sense. I hear he's in the dungeon, but we're all right.
Kieran asks, does sweet corn really spontaneously combust into popcorn in the Midwest? Only if you involve sex and or heavy petting.
Fwa.
Kieran also says, by the way, the documentary is called The Best Worst Movie.
The Best Worst Movie. Yeah, that's the one. There's some great moments. One of my favourite moments in that documentary is they get Claudio Fragasso, the director of Troll 2, to attend a screening of Troll 2. And it's only when he's in the crowd, and he at that time thought Troll 2 was just a much-loved cult film. And they managed to catch it on film the exact moment that he realises that these people aren't here celebrating his film, they're here to riff it. And you just see his face drop. And just, They also follow
It is much loved, but it is to some extent a cult film, but it's loved because it's so bad it's good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is the thing. They also follow the dad from the film around. He's a dentist now, and they pay for him to go to like a Manchester Comic Con in the UK, and they fly him out there, and nobody recognises him, and he thinks he's going into this convention to be like the big celebrity, and nobody knows who he is. It's just it's a fascinating documentary. It's definitely worth checking out. One of the few Woody Allen films in my collection, Toma el Dinero y Corre, otherwise known as Take the Money and Run, which is a astounding comedy. I think it's probably my favourite comedy that he ever wrote. It's one of my favourite visual gags ever is in that film, where he's describing his childhood, and he said that his parents wanted to encourage him to meet new people, so they signed him up as a cellist in a marching band. He's there with the marching band. He's running with a chair under his arm and a cello in his other, and he has to keep putting the chair down, sitting down, playing a couple of bits, then standing up, picking the chair up, and running with the band to try and keep up with them, which is great. It's a bootleg. It's from Spain, but they haven't done a proper release of this because apparently the studio that owns the film is doing what they did with Dawn of the Dead and asking for like an eye-watering amount to license it that the film's not really worth. So we may see it get a proper release at some point, but for now I'm quite happy with my upscaled Blu-ray. Unmasked Part 25 is another quite good one. It's basically a Friday the 13th parody where Jason falls in love, and it's English. It's it's just a quite fun little goofy movie. Definitely worth checking out if you haven't seen it before. It's just a nice goofy little comedy. Reminds me a bit of Wacko, if you've ever seen Wacko.
Oh, nice.
But yeah. Let me see what else I've got. Right, so I can't show this on screen because boobies, but I have a Blu-ray copy of Mardi Gras Massacre, which is basically a Blood Feast kind of knockoff, but it's really good. Really, really good soundtrack. Unfortunately, Severin put boobies on the front cover, so I can't show you that, but I'll sort of flash the back for you.
You just reviewed that one as well.
Yeah, not too long ago. Like I say, it was one of those where when I was doing research for it, everybody just said it was like a really forgettable film, and I watched it, and I was kind of like, well, not really. I actually kind of enjoyed it. It's certainly better than stuff like The Beast in Heat or Love Camp 7 or stuff like that. So, yeah.
Karen asks if you're evil.
If I'm evil?
Yes.
I'm good bad, but I'm not evil. Another George A. Romero film, Martin, in 4K.
Nice.
It's one of the few 4Ks that I actually own. I couldn't get my head around it. I've watched it twice. The first time I was so conflicted I had to rewatch it immediately again, which I don't really do with films very often, but with that one I kind of had to because I couldn't decide whether I really, really liked it or whether I found it a bit off-putting. And by the end of the second screen, I still didn't entirely know whether I liked it or not. So I think I'm going to have to give it a bit of time and then jump in on it again. I really like the core concept, but it's a bit of a controversial film. I can understand why people love it, but like I say, it left me a bit conflicted. I couldn't quite figure out what the intended message for the film was. So I feel like I need to rewatch it a couple more times to really get under the skin of it.
Fair. Let's see. James says Martin is great. Kieran says Martin's a proper good one. Kieran also says literally anything is better than Beast in Heat. I fucking hate that movie as well as the director.
Agreed. Soundly agreed. In every sense of the word, agreed. Next up, a bit of a oddity for UK audiences at least. Mikey on Blu-ray. It's a proper daft horror movie. Banned in the UK because of the James Bulger incident from 1993. Wikipedia it if you are too happy and need to be depressed, would be my advice. But Mikey itself is just a really goofy killer kid movie. It's too over the top to ever really be taken seriously. I watched it for the first time a couple of years back and had an absolute ball with it. I really need to rewatch that one again fairly soon because it's just silly, but in the best possible way. It's very kind of Jack Frost in tone, a bit cartoonish almost. And they've done a really good job of cleaning it up as well. It looks really, really good.
I remember sending you that one.
Yeah. And I was very curious about it. I was expecting it to be a little bit harsher than it was. It turns out it's just a bit goofy, which, I'm happier with that. I was thinking I might end up with a bit of a depressed time on my hands, but no, not at all. It's just a big daft movie about a killer kid. Who doesn't like that? Maniac Cop.
Nice.
Yeah, starring Bruce Campbell and our good friend. Oh, what's his name? It's escaped me. Tom Atkins. Bruce
Ooh.
Campbell and Tom Atkins hunting a killer cop. I've only seen it twice. I remember quite liking it. I think it would pair up quite well with Dead Heat.
I
But
see that.
yeah, solid film. Solid film.
Oh, and Robert Zadar.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Real quick, James says, I wonder when the ban on Mikey will be lifted, or if the ban on Mikey would be lifted.
Well, the BBFC, funnily enough, have said that if it gets resubmitted, they'll lift it. But nobody's wanted to at this point. I think it's probably because it is a bit of a risk release, because you're inevitably probably going to get the newspapers kicking off. Because it was quite a stir when it first came out. It's a similar story with... there was another one. There was another... I think it was The Devils. I think they said that The Devils was previously banned, and they would lift the ban on that if it was ever resubmitted, but Warner Brothers won't do it, so it won't.
Kieran says, I've seen all the Maniac Cop movies, and I'll be honest, I really enjoyed the first one. MC2 is overrated, and MC3 is just shoddily plotted and edited.
Nah, that's a real shame. I've only ever seen the first one myself, so I'll probably steer clear of the other two. I think it was one of those where when the credits rolled, I'd seen enough. I was like, you know what, this doesn't need 2 other sequels, 3 other sequels. I'm quite happy to just have the one, you know. Another one, The Beast Within, a very strange film about a kid who goes into puberty and slowly starts turning into a literal monster. It's this one did the opposite of Mikey. I was expecting it to be a bit like Teen Wolf, and it's not. It's fucking bleak. It's a really dark film. It's a bit like The Fly, the Cronenberg version of The Fly, but with like some really dark undertones present. It's one I really need to rewatch again, because I remember the first time watching it having moments in the film where my jaw literally was just hung open whilst I was watching what I was seeing happen on screen. A very strange film, but very much recommended. Very much recommended.
James says The Beast Within, so turning red for adults.
Yeah, basically. Basically that.
James also says The Devils wasn't banned, it was cut. The only version legally available is the UK theatrical cut.
Spot on. Absolutely correct.
Kieran says, I mean, you'd probably enjoy the Maniac Cop sequels. I personally just didn't jive with him.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll keep an open mind then. I'll see what's going on. At the minute, I've got 750 odd films still to get through, but I'll keep them in mind. Well, I might double them up with the Scanner Cop movies. I've got 2 Scanner Cop movies still to watch. So, next up, Microwave Massacre.
I love this one.
Oh, it's a big dumb movie, but I love it. It's very to the point. What you see is what you get with Microwave Massacre.
And the voice of oh god, not Jackie Vernon, the guy that plays the snowman in Frosty.
Oh, I know who you're on about. I can't remember the name though.
Yeah, the fact that he was the main guy in this is hilarious.
Oh yeah. This would probably pair up quite well with Crazy Fat Ethel. As a film about mentally unwell people who are hungry. That's basically the film. Best, really catchy theme tune as well. I find myself humming the Microwave Massacre theme occasionally to myself. It's interesting. The next one.
I still enjoy the fact that they used a vibrator to try and plant, or open up the soil for plants and stuff.
Yeah. It's one I've definitely got to hop back on again at some point.
I need to track that one down.
Yeah, well, I think they've done. I think Arrow have put it out in America, so you should be able to find a decent copy of it. The next one was recommended. Oh yeah, absolutely. This next one was recommended to me by Velvet from the Horror Hangout group from Jen's Reviews from the Grave. They recommended Popcorn.
Nice.
Which is, I was genuinely taken aback by it. It's basically what I expected Blood Theatre to be, but it actually delivers. A genuinely pretty solid film, and there's still copies of it on Amazon. Definitely recommended. It's a kind of slightly campy slasher, but it follows through on what it's offering. What it offers, it delivers in spades. I had a really good time with it, and the soundtrack's really solid as well. So, can recommend that one.
Oh, nice.
Speaking
hey, Nick.
of...
Welcome.
Oh, welcome, Nick. Welcome. Speaking of Blood Theatre.
Nice.
Which is...
I enjoyed this one.
Oh, agreed. It's probably one of my favourite Rick Sloane movies. I know that Hobgoblins is the usual go-to for his works, but Blood Theatre I think is probably my favourite of them, because it's a different kind of manic strangeness. Hobgoblins is very kind of extroverted, in-your-face madness, whereas Blood Theatre is much more of a... What did he just say? What's he doing? Oh, good lord, what?
Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is a lot of fun, and the theater in it. And I have a soft spot for old theaters. The old theater that they use is beautiful.
Oh yeah, absolutely, completely agree. And it comes with a B feature as well, Nick, The Visitants, which is also very good.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Nick says, I come into the chat to hear Trev talking about vibrators.
Welcome. It's that was surprisingly one of the highlights of tonight.
God. And Kurt confirmed it was Jackie Vernon in Microwave Massacre.
Fabulous. Yeah, no, he nails it. He is genuinely a very interesting character actor for that particular role. A good little double header here. It's the Wakollywood Super Action Volume 1 with Who Killed Captain Alex and Bad Black. Have you ever seen any of the Wakollywood films, Trev?
I've seen bits. I've not seen the entire one.
I'm going to have to show you them at some point. They are absolutely mind-melting. Just super explosions. They have... this is unique to Ugandan cinema, apparently. They have... they called them MC jockeys, and they're basically like dedicated riffers. The whole thing is that they get hired onto film productions to comment on the quality of the film to keep the audience interested, and sometimes they'll be like genuinely funny, sometimes they'll be incredibly dry, and sometimes they just get bored and start playing music.
So you'll be cool. Like, it's like old school commentary, like DVD commentary.
Basically, there's a point in, I think it's Who Killed Captain Alex, where the MC for the film gets bored and decides to just start trying to sing ABBA karaoke in the middle of a gunfight. He's just there, like, doing Dancing Queen.
Nice. They're working on they were working on a couple of new ones. I'm sure by now they've probably come out, but same guys that did Who Killed Captain Alex.
Yeah, there's a Who Killed Captain Alex 2 that's currently in production. There is a film called The Kid of Bruce Lee or Kid Bruce Lee or something like that, where it's a kid who can do like martial arts. They're always busy with stuff. They've got a Patreon, which I do recommend you check out, actually. They upload tons and tons of behind-the-scenes footage and clips and stuff. The guy who made Who Killed Captain Alex built his editing machine out of scraps that he found in landfill and various parts that he had to work full-time jobs to sort of be able to afford to get up and running. His machine is almost as powerful as yours, Trev.
His probably works better too, because it doesn't have to deal with me. Couple things real quick in chat. Let's see. Kieran says, "Who Killed Captain Alex" is superb entertainment, genuinely impressive. James says it took 10 weeks to arrive, but it was worth it. for a while, like it was like 5 minutes later, 101 announced that they were releasing it. Don says DJ Emmy is amazing.
Oh yeah,
He needs to riff other movies.
I completely agree. He went a bit quiet after a couple of the films that he was on. I think he had some health issues or something, but I know he is back for some of the newer films, so that's that's a plus.
Kieran says he's called Bruce Yu.
Bruce Yu, that's the one. Yes, Bruce Uganda. That's what it's short for.
Okay.
I'm gonna have
James
to play.
Says,
I'm gonna have to dig you out Who Killed Captain Alex at some point over Christmas when we get like 10 minutes free. I'll pop it on.
No,
for you.
absolutely.
It's such a while, especially if you've had a couple of beers. It's just relentlessly manic energy cinema. It's really good fun.
James also says, let's see, the Agfa disc is nice as I got stuff like stickers and a signed photo. I even kept the envelope it came in as it had a sticker on it.
Ah, that's a bummer. Yeah, but no, it's a really solid set, and they are working on a volume 2 apparently. I don't know when it's coming out, but it is in production.
Aaron says he knows the way of using a gun.
Do you know Dewey? Yes, no, absolutely. Speaking of which, this is one that I know you definitely have a soft spot for, and you'd probably be able to tell me more about it than I know, because I've only ever watched it once, but it's Donnie's Bar Mitzvah.
Oh, I enjoy this one. It's such a weird... I would be interested to know... You've not... Oh, yeah, I guess you have seen this. It's basically like back in the 80s, you'd hire someone to film your bar mitzvah. It's basically that with all the weird star wipes and everything else. It is a weird, funky, goofy movie. There's at one point where apparently like everybody gets presents and the presents turn out to be dildo hats, which is my personal favorite part of the evening. You get all these kids like under the age of 12 running around with dildo hats and they're like sword fighting and stuff. It's a lot of fun though. If you get the chance to watch it, I think it's on Tubi. There's a lot of random cameos and yeah, it's fun. So.
Oh, absolutely. I think my favourite part of the film is the woman who announces she's pregnant at the start of the film and about 10 minutes later gives birth.
Oh, that's right, yeah. It's been, like, I haven't kept this one very top of mind, but...
Yeah. No, it's a solid watch. This is a recent pickup. The BFI recently put it out, and me and my partner watched 2 episodes a night, every night, for the past week. It's Cooking Price-Wise, Vincent Price's TV cookery show.
This is an actual thing?
Yes, it is. It's a 6-episode series where he talks about gourmet food from around the world, and he shows you how to make it. It's genuinely amazing television. I've never seen anything quite like it. There's an extended moment in one of the episodes where Vincent shows you how to make a crocodile using only a cucumber, cubes of cheese, and cocktail sticks. It's amazing. Honestly, it's like just such surreal viewing, mesmerizing almost. Absolutely worth the price it's currently going for on Amazon. Just fascinating. And half the recipes he's making, he openly admits he's not following the proper recipes for it. He's kind of just fudging it based on what he knows. And there's a wonderful extra feature on the set as well, where his daughter talks about what it was like living with him whilst he was doing this series. And she says there was like a year where all she ate was ratatouille every single meal because he wanted to perfect it. Just like every time she tried to go, oh, try this, and then he'd go away, make another one, that'd be what she'd eat the next day. She's like, she can't stand ratatouille now because that was all she ate for about a year.
Understandable.
But yeah, really solid. And there's a...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say as well, there's a little booklet inside as well, which has some interviews and I think a couple of recipes as well for you to try at home.
Nice. James says I should really get that set. Kieran says, all right, I have to go. It's 2:30 in the morning here. And like I said earlier, I have a crap load of stuff to hand in this week. So as we say in French, and I apologize, Kieran, a la prochaine fois? I'm sorry. Oi? Anyway.
Au revoir.
Good night. May everything come out okay.
Absolutely. I hope it goes well for you, man. You take care. Fabulous. I'm going to do 3 in quick succession because I don't really have a lot to say about them. So, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly Blu-ray, it's my favourite of the Sergio Leone trilogy. It's solid. I like it. That is it. Goodfellas. Again, it's probably my favourite Martin Scorsese film. It's the film that I go to when people ask me what my favourite film is and they don't really know me. Because if I go up to them and say, oh, my favourite film is White Glove Massive or Halloween 3, they sort of tilt their head like a confused dog. But if I say Goodfellas, they go, oh yeah, Scorsese, he's pretty cool. And then I can go about my business. So that's it's my cover film. Because if I start busting out Barry J. Gillis, people start trying to call the police on me. So,
you know what? After watching Wicked World, I can 100% agree with that.
Well, thank you, Triv, for trying to get me incarcerated. I know that you would love nothing more than your theatre to stay standing, but as long as I draw breath, unfortunately, it is my job to ensure that improvements are made to your facility.
Right.
And Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without White Glove Massive on Blu-ray.
Okay, so you actually have a DVD. I didn't realize that came out on DVD.
It came out on DVD and Blu-ray. I bought both.
What was the one that came out in 8K?
I'm not even joking. There's the double disc. There's the DVD version that I pulled out of the DVD case and put in the Blu-ray case, and there's the Blu-ray version.
What was the one? Was it Gatwick Gangsters that came out in 8K?
Yeah, Gatwick Gangsters came out in 8K on Vimeo, but there's no physical discs. They refuse to do physical.
Understood.
Which is a real shame. It turned out that White Glove Massive was released kind of illegally. The 2 directors who claim ownership for it, one of them sold the rights and the other one didn't want him to, but he did it anyway. So that's why this film has a physical release, because he sold the rights to a company that the other director didn't want it selling at all. He didn't want the film going out at all, and I felt kind of bad about it, because if I'd have known that there was acrimony, I would have never have reviewed it. But It is genuinely a fascinating film that I do recommend you try and seek out a copy if you can, because it's fun. It is what it is.
It is. One kid with the tie actually reached out to both of us, I think.
Yeah, he did. The guy who plays Daniel in the film. He's really nice. He genuinely is, and he had a lot to say about production, which was good of him. So next up, another one. I don't really have a tremendous amount to say, but it's Hell Comes to Frogtown with a nice slipcover. Rowdy Roddy Piper, basically doing Mad Max. It's a good film. It's solid. My favourite bit is where he gets a bomb put on his crotch.
That's why all his sperm are trying to escape in the cover art there.
Oh yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's going to be followed up by Ken Russell's Listomania, which is a gorgeous film. It's one of my favourite Ken Russell films. A lot of people go to The Devils. For me, I'm going to go with the film where Roger Dalton gets his willy chopped off by a guillotine, and Ringo Starr plays the Pope. Rick Wakeman plays a...
He should just generally be Pope, really.
Oh yeah. Absolutely, and it's a killer soundtrack as well. It's really, really solid. A lot of people poo-poo this film. I absolutely adore it. It's a Blu-ray upscale. They're never going to put it out on actual Blu-ray. It's a bootleg, but I love it all the same. Speaking of films I love, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence is another one. with Ryuichi Sakamoto and David Bowie. Wonderful wartime drama, very powerful film, very emotionally charged. There isn't a dry eye in the house usually by the third act of this one.
Nice.
It's just wonderful, really, really nice film. And by contrast to that one, we also have Matinee, which is not an emotional film unless the emotion is explosions.
Right. I mean, that is an emotion.
Yeah, explosion can be an emotion.
Yeah. It's emotion in the ocean.
As long as the air hose don't broke.
Exactly. Real quick, James says, I love Listomania. The Devils is number 1. Listomania is a very close second. And then he says, well, The Devils are in my top 3 favorite films of all time, but I adore Listomania. Nick says, David Bowie did a lot of weird stuff. Dude, I fucking love Matinee. Joe Dante is GOAT.
Oh yeah, completely agreed. Completely agreed on all counts. The Devils and Listomania are fantastic films, and Matinee is a fantastic movie as well. Very William Castle inspired.
Very nice.
It's just a
Don
fun
also
movie.
loved Matinee.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This one is going to be really quick. So this is a unmarked Blu-ray case. Inside it is all of Quentin Tarantino's films. I couldn't be asked to have like 12 Blu-ray cases of his films on my shelf because I didn't have enough space, so I just took them all out of the box and put them in a nice little slimline case. It's got everything. I quite like Quentin Tarantino's films. He's all right. Kill Bill is probably his best film, followed very closely by Reservoir Dogs. If I had to pick a film, I'd pick Reservoir Dogs because I think I like the fact that it's a complete story, and I like the tone, the vibe, the aesthetic. I think it's a very solid work. If you were asking me what his best film technically was, I would say Kill Bill Volume 1, but we're just splitting hairs. Return of the Living Dead 3, which is much more interesting than Quentin Tarantino's films. Features a scene where a woman gets smacked into a telephone pole because she comes off a motorbike.
As you do.
Yeah,
And that happens to me every Tuesday, really.
There's barely a day goes by.
Yeah.
Again, it's just a solid film. I've got nothing really bad to say. I prefer it to Return of the Living Dead 2.
Yeah.
I still think the original is the better one, but
definitely better than what was the Necropolis? Necropolis. Was that 4?
Yeah, that was 4. I haven't seen 4 yet. But I've read reviews that basically said you're not missing anything.
No, you're really not. I did like with this one too, like the visual, the cover is so stunning, like it just catches you.
Oh yeah, very iconic.
Very much. Real quick, James says, I do admit I used to have a Tarantino phase when I was 17, 18, but I sort of grew out of him. Now I think he's a hack, although I still like his films.
Yeah, I think him as a personality has not aged well. I think his films are a bit hit and miss. I really like Reservoir Dogs. I really like Kill Bill Volume 1. Pulp Fiction, I think, is a bit overlong. Django Unchained, I really, really enjoyed. But then he did The Hateful Eight, where it was basically a bit like a watered-down Django, and I'm kind of like, well... And I didn't really care for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And now he seems to be trapped in that death spiral of he's committed to doing one final film, and that one final film is never going to live up to being the final film by Quentin Tarantino. So he's kind of glass elevated himself almost, which is a bit of a shame. So, I don't know. I don't hate the guy. I just I think there are better films out there.
I have a real soft spot for Inglourious Bastards.
Agreed. I quote that damn good deal line way too many times. Whenever it comes up. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'd make that deal. You make that deal? Damn good deal.
James says my favorite directors are Ken Russell, Ralph Bakshi, and Stanley Kubrick. Although although there are a lot more, Frank Henenlotter comes to mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. To be honest, off the top of my head, I probably couldn't tell you my favorite directors just because there's so many. I know for a fact if I read right now, these are my top three favorite directors. By tomorrow morning, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, going, "Oh no, I forgot about this guy," or "Oh no, I forgot about her." Um, yeah, I struggle to find a director who I just out and out like. You know what I mean? It's like I like a few
Yeah.
films from each, but speaking of a few good films, Suckling, aka The Sewer Baby.
Oh.
um, it's basically an alien knockoff about an aborted fetus that falls into toxic waste and turns into a killer mutant that then haunts, I want to say, a brothel. Um, Again, I mean, that's the plot of the film. It's not really going to be a linear good time for all. But I mean, I had an all right time. It's a very aggressive film. It's very wicked worldy in the sense of it's very in your face and very shouty. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. I think it's okay. Um, this one, however, is a personal favourite of mine. I love it very dearly. It's Theatre of Blood. With Vincent
Ooh.
Price and Diana Rigg. I cite it as probably one of my all-time favorite films. Like it's almost certainly in the top five, in terms of both performance, production, script, tone, aesthetic, music. It ticks everything for me. Um, it's probably Vincent Price's greatest performance, in my opinion.
There's such a variety of performances too.
Edward Lionheart is just such a wonderful. It's just such a great role.
And the
Um,
cover art is awesome.
oh yeah, yeah. No, I completely agree. Completely agree. I really hope it gets a 4K release at some point because I would upgrade straight away. Another thing that's really good about this particular release, and it probably won't mean much to yourself, Triv, but to UK viewers, the commentary track for this film is done by the League of Gentlemen. They just got all of the League of Gentlemen back to do the commentary for this. They were a comedy troupe who do very dark comedy that's very heavily inspired by Amicus films and Hammer horror and stuff like that. Um, they're quite famous over here, but not so much internationally. Um,
There.
but the commentary track is really, really solid, really good fun. Yeah, one of my favourites. Completely randomly, just tossed in with the other films, is Rocky.
Going from Theater of Blood to Rocky.
I know, right? We're breaking boundaries here tonight. I like Rocky. That's all I kind of got to say. It's good. The first two Rocky films are genuinely really well written pieces of cinema. Rocky 3 and 4 are genuinely well written pieces of tat. What's not to like?
Agreed.
Yeah. So.
James says he showed Theater of Blood to his grandpa on Halloween and he really enjoyed it. He should really listen to the commentary track. I love the League of Gentlemen.
Absolutely. Highly recommended. I need to upgrade this release actually. It's the Blu-ray of Trick or Treat.
Ooh.
Now I picked up the Australian import because there wasn't a UK release at the time that I wanted a copy of this. But they've just announced, well, Arrow announced last month that they were releasing a 4K and Blu-ray version themselves with a load of extras. So I need to upgrade at some point to that release because it's a gorgeous looking film and I can only imagine what the 4K release looks like because it's such a rich and deep film. Yeah, no, I have a real soft spot for Trick or Treat. Not to be confused with the other Trick or Treat, which is a rock
There's
film with
three
Ozzy
of them.
Osbourne and Lemmy. Yeah, yeah.
There's also a really crappy, I think it's 1980s version about a lady babysitting a kid who's like a Houdini-inspired magician. It's ridiculous and quite stupid, but it's still fun.
Yes, I remember that one. I've seen it a couple of times. It's on Full Moon's streaming service. I would describe it as wonderful tat.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's actually reviewed it on the channel 2 years ago. So
Go check that out, guys. Go check that out.
if you don't have
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Also,
No,
Nate would
no,
be a big
do.
fan of the Trick or Treat, the 4K Blu-ray.
Absolutely, absolutely. I really need to go and pick that up at some point. The next one I have is another Henenlotter. It's Brain Damage. Obviously
Ooh.
showed the VHS off last time. I've got the lovely Blu-ray as well to match with it, so I can either watch it fuzzy and lo-fi or lovely and cleaned up. I think I prefer the fuzzy, honestly. I think it suits the tone of the film a bit better, but yeah.
I'm so
This
pissed I
next.
missed that. I meant to pick that up on the Arrow Black Friday sale, and
Oh
I
yeah.
completely.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, they have sales fairly regularly, so I'm sure you'll get your chance again in future.
I think they sold out, so I don't know if they're restocking or not.
If not, I'm more than happy to send you a UK copy.
I don't have. I need to pick up a region-free player.
Well, I mean, if you've got a Blu-ray drive on your computer, you can get VLC, and that'll let you play multi-region discs.
Fair point.
Mm.
James says Brain Damage is great, although the blowjob scene was cut from the VHS.
Yes, it was. Yeah. It's an interesting time. This next one is actually a little bit. It's typical, right? It's just typical for what it is. So I am a fan of the film called The Room. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
No, never. What?
I know, right? It's a bit of a deep cut. I'm not sure you guys out there on the internet land would really get The Room. It's a bit obscure, right? Tommy Wiseau's disaster piece. I had the DVD for years. I picked it up in 2007, 2006, and I always wanted to buy the Blu-ray. And then I found a shipping company in 2020. I found a shipping company that would forward American items that couldn't be shipped internationally to you for a small fee. And Tommy Wiseau's official website at that time wouldn't ship outside of the US, so I used that shipping company to order a copy of the Room Blu-ray. And at the time, Tommy would sign your copy of the Room Blu-ray before posting it, and I thought, oh, brilliant! I'm going to get a signed copy. Fantastic. Then it turned up. So here's my copy of the Room. Signed by Tommy, who's put to Daniel, be good, love Tommy Wiseau, 2020. The frustrating thing that is so Tommy Wiseau, it's not even funny. He didn't sign the slip inside the Blu-ray case. He signed the Blu-ray case. Which means that this can rub off if you rub it hard enough.
You need a Blu-ray case for your case.
Making it even worse, he didn't put any bubble wrap on it. So the inside of the case is cracked. I had to duct tape it.
Oh.
So I can't swap it out because I'd get rid of the autograph then. So I'm stuck with a broken copy of The Room, basically, signed by Tommy. He also sent me a pair of underwear. That was unrelated to my order. They're a little snug, but they hold me gently.
Well, that's good. As long as they're, cradling your meat and two veg, you're in good shape.
Yes. Speaking of meat and two veg, UHF.
Such a good movie.
Oh, such a good movie. So much fun. The Wheel of Fish lives on in my mind rent-free. It's just great fun. Big daft movie. My favourite one is Conan the Librarian.
Obviously not related to that, but you know.
You get to drink from the fire hose is just great. Just great. That and Weird the Al Yankovic story are both fantastic. Really. Right, I've got a stack of adult films. I can't show any of these because they all have nudity on the box. So I'm just going to read you some titles. And if you want to Google the covers, you go right ahead. Because I'm not getting my channel taken down because you guys want to see Booba. So I've got Deep Inside Annie Sprinkles. Mm. Trashy Lady.
That's clearly a
Mm.
cooking one, right?
Yeah, Annie Sprinkles is a really good chef. Yeah, that's about right. That's Exploitation, which is a Frank Henenlotter documentary about the history of sex films from the 1900s up to when hardcore pornography was legalized in the US. So it basically covers all of the kind of censorship issues, all the various ways people tried to work around pornography bans and stuff like that, and it's very, very interesting. It's nowhere near as explicit as you'd think either. I actually covered it, I think, on one of my Doc Shock episodes a while ago. Definitely recommended. It's Severin Films. It's really, really good fun. Just a genuinely entertaining one.
Real quick, oh god, you have Deep Inside Annie Sprinkle, Kurt asks.
I do, yes. It's not great. It's kind of really boring. I picked it up because the way it was advertised on Melicine's website was that it was going to be like a behind-the-scenes documentary following Annie Sprinkles, who's a quite successful at the time adult film star. It wasn't. It was basically just a porn film that she happens to host. So I came away quite disappointed from that. By contrast, I also have one called Cecil Howard's Scoundrels, which was actually a quite interesting psychological drama thriller that also just happens to have pornography in it that was also very good, surprisingly well made. Red Lips is another one. It's a shot-on-video vampire movie starring Michelle Bauer, but it also has very strong LGBTQ themes. Again, very solid work. Joy was another strange one that I encountered. The best way to describe this film? I'm not even going to describe the film because it's just too odd. What I will just say is, if you're interested, Joy, go and Google it. Melusine put it out recently, and the plotline is odd, to say the least. And a film called Indecent Exposure, which obviously is a play on the other film that had the similar name, but again, it was all right. Can't recommend it. Three others that I can show are Pieces, which I don't know, my camera appears to have stopped working.
I was gonna say we've still got picture unless it's stuck.
I think it might be stuck. Hang on, let me try turning it off and back on again.
Okay. While you're doing that, James brought up there's a scene from Clerks where Randall reads out porn movies, and Kurt says, "Happy, scrappy hero pup." James then does the quote, "Okay, I need one of each of the following tapes. Whispers in the wind, to each his own. Put it where it doesn't belong. My pipes need cleaning. All tit fucking volume 8. I need your cock. Ass worshipping rim jobbers. My cunt and 8 shafts. Come clean. Come gargling naked sluts. Come buns 3. Coming in socks. Come on, Eileen. Huge black cocks with pearly white cum. Girls who crave cock. Girls who crave cunt. Men alone 2. The KY connection. Pussy pink lips. Oh yeah, and all holes filled with hard cock."
Won't the carpet get awfully sticky?
Don't say I never did nothing for you.
It was a very solid, unbroken read there. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm pretty proud of my ability to read off porn titles without flinching.
It was very good. It was very good.
Oh,
Pieces.
just
Spanish.
real quick, Kurt says, "Oh, pieces, bastard!"
Yeah, basically. You can still buy the jigsaw puzzle from Pieces. Some
Really?
eBay sellers, some eBay sellers have it like new and sealed still.
Oh
Um,
dear God.
it's it's a fine enough movie. Then we have Dario Argento's Phenomena.
Ooh.
Again, really solid film. It's my favourite film where Donald Pleasance has a monkey butler.
So, okay, if you had to choose a monkey, would you choose this monkey or the one from Carnival Magic?
Oh, Carnival Magic! He steals a car and gets chased by the police.
You know, I think that's your. Is that how you want to come back in your next life? Is as that monkey?
I want to come back, yes, as a monkey who gets involved in a car chase with the police. That would be perfect. And then another AGFA has stealthed its way into the list, and this is Boarding House, which was a shot-on-video
Ooh,
film. It's an odd one because it was a shot-on-video film that was then converted onto film to play in theatres.
really?
Yeah. So they shot the whole thing on videotape, and then they had to point a film camera at a television screen to capture it onto 16mm film, so that they could then strike prints of it so they could play it in theatres and drive-ins. There's also 2 or 3 different cuts. There's 2 cuts that AGFA included, but there's an additional cut that isn't on the AGFA Blu-ray that is basically all the footage cut that is nearly 3 hours long.
Oh shit!
Yeah. The cuts that are on the
Wow!
AGFA release are like an hour and 2 hours respectively. But
Wow! Real quick, Kurt says, "I'm choosing Clive from Any Which Way But Loose for a monkey."
if you could be any monkey, what monkey would you be? That is tonight's question. We mentioned it earlier. I was just going to say, we mentioned it earlier. This is Deadly Games Dial Code Santa Claus,
Ooh, yeah.
which is the Die Hard
Love
by
the
way of
cover.
Home Alone feature.
It's a great cover.
Oh yeah, rock solid. It's a very interesting film, very strange, but definitely worth checking out. It's on Vinegar Syndrome's website. So yeah. Next up is Christmas Evil.
Ooh, love that one.
I do, real soft spot for it. It's the right kind of demented, and it genuinely gets a bit harrowing in places as well. Swinging from one side of demented to the other, we have Puff and Stuff Zaps the World.
Nice.
Which is just an incredible film. I saw this for the first time this year, and I think it's probably my favourite film I've seen all year. Just wonderfully, like, trippy in the best kind of way, and it's got Mama Cat on the soundtrack, so yeah, it's just great, just really fun, just yeah. Following that up with Riff Tracks Live, The Giant Spider Invasion, another Bill Rebane movie. Go Packers.
Yeah.
I hear they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. The best car / spider you're ever gonna see.
Oh yeah, you'll believe a spider can crawl. Revenge of the Nerds.
Oh yeah.
I think we chatted about that on the VHS one, but I think it's probably my favourite college movie. And it's nice to see it in HD, all sparkly and cleaned up. So.
Oh yeah. I'm always I never quite know between this one and Animal House which one is better.
Agreed. I'm kind of tied a little bit on it, to be truthful.
Yeah.
Then we got Death Row Game Show, which is a Mark Polonia movie.
Of course.
And is nuts, absolutely insane film. I believe it stars a guy called Beano, Beano. That's his name. Um,
I wonder if he's got a farting problem.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. Well, I mean, given that the guy who made this made Nudist Colony of the Dead, um, I I didn't have high hopes going in, and I was utterly confounded by just how bizarre this film was. It's just a real campy good time for all involved. And speaking of
Better than
campy good,
Peter's.
oh yeah, absolutely. And speaking of campy time, good times for all involved, Mystery Men is another one.
Ooh,
Um,
love that one.
love love Mystery Men. I have such a soft spot for it. Again, just big
A really
daft
great
cinema,
cover
basically.
too.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh
100.
yeah. Um, yeah, cracking. And they were going to make a sequel for years, and then it just never materialized, which was a bit of a shame.
Yeah,
So
it never got the love it deserved. I don't think.
no, completely agreed. And there's a comic book that it was adapted from that is apparently completely different from the film. It's very serious, apparently. So um, then we have Demons. Spoke about that during the VHS stream. Again, I quite like having the contrast of the option to watch it on VHS or in HD. I think they both have their own kind of elements that they bring to the table, so it was nice to see them both in action. Really solid. So yeah.
I think it's one of my
For
favorite, Giallos, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's nice because it has variety. A lot of Jarlos tend to be very grounded and very kind of going through the motions sort of thing, but Demons is one that just does not care. It just does what it wants to do. Which I
Well,
very
and
much
I always
respect
have
for
a
that.
soft spot for theater related movies too. So
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Then I have Arrow's release of Driller Killer. Um, I have a soft spot for Driller Killer. It gets a bad rep because of the obvious cover art, but the actual plot is surprisingly well done. I know Abel Ferreira went on to do much better things, but this one, yeah, this one's all right. I like this one. So
it's no wood chipper massacre, but I get it.
it's no Wood Chipper Massacre, but it'll do.
Yep.
Then we have Tourist Trap.
Ooh.
I very nearly picked up I think Troma did a version of this, like remastered a version of this, but then I found out about the remastering problems, so I stuck with 88 Films as release, and that one is rock solid. It looks great. There's one scene in that film that really messes with my head, and it's the bit where the guy starts pouring like a latexy, waxy plastic over a woman's face and suffocates her with it. And the way it's shot is in and of itself very suffocating. They use lots of close-ups and kind of really sort of, it's a very intense scene. But it always gets me, it just gives me the willies. So,
Understandable.
but yeah, another solid one. Um, Probably my second favourite ever Vincent Price performance is The Tingler,
Ooh.
um, which I love. Again, came from the William Castle Volume 1 set. Ever since I saw this film years ago, I just utterly fell in love with it. It's just such a campy good time for all involved. Um, Definitely recommend it. So, yeah,
Oh,
if you haven't.
Nick is wondering about the warning.
Oh, it says, warning, disclaimer of liability. You are urged not to see the William Castle production of The Tingler at the Academy Awards Theatre on July 21st. If you're excitable or have any physical or nervous conditions requiring you to remain calm, or if sudden fright might cause you injury to yourself or others, the producer, Columbia Pictures Corporation, and the theatres showing this picture disclaim all liability for any injuries occurring to you which result in a tingling sensation in your spine while you witness this picture. If you view this film, you must expect the unexpected from Percepto, a new theatre technique, and must assume all risks. Which is wonderfully William Castle.
Absolutely. Basically, Nick, with anything William Castle, he would do things that would be what's the term, Dan? Like
Oh, it's
anything,
gimmick
gimmick.
cinema.
king of gimmicks. So, like with House on Haunted Hill, there was in certain theaters a skeleton that would like roll out over the screen. Or yeah, actually, William Castle took it to the next level when it came to gimmicks. Was it Tingler where he would hook up like electric shock to a couple of different seats and shock people? Or
Yeah,
was
he'd
that
no, that was the Tingler. He'd put it depends on who you speak to as to whether it was electric shocks or vibrations, but he basically put buzzers under people's seats. The rumor goes that during the preview screening, by sheer poor luck, the people who paid to see the first ever screening of the Tingler with Percepto was a group of nuns. You can imagine how that went. But yeah, Castle was.
he would also yeah.
I was just gonna say
Go
Castle
ahead.
was always big on gimmicks. I mean, probably the most famous one was House on Haunted Hill, um, with the flying skeleton. But
He would also do insurance policies for people, like going into the theater. He would pay people to be faint and do all that kind of stuff. He would have nurses on staff because everything was so scary.
absolutely, absolutely had a pig pen of shame for one of his films, where if you left the theater during the run, even if you were just going to the bathroom, you were not allowed back into the screen, and you had to sit in the pig pen of shame until somebody from the theater came to collect you or the film ended, which is great. Um,
Agreed.
this one's probably a little bit more localized, but it's Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child. I really enjoyed that film. It was famous YouTuber Ashens decided to make a movie, and he made one about the game child, and I really enjoyed it. And then he did the Polybius heist, and I really didn't enjoy that one. And now he's doing a horror film, which I was on board with until he mentioned that he was going to get his YouTube mates in to do cameos, and then I kind of went off it again. So
Oh.
yeah, I don't know. It's just like if you, because the big thing was he said, "Oh, we don't want to make it a comedy. We want to do a serious horror film." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm on board with that." And he says he wants it to be a folk horror film. I'm like, "Okay, even better. I like things like The Wicker Man. This could be good." And then he said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to get my mates in who are all really well known for doing comedy and don't really act." And I was like, "Right, okay, so okay." um, So I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I kind of backed away on that one. When it comes out, I'll probably buy it and see what it's like. But yeah, Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child, very British humour, genuinely quite fun little movie. It works best if you kind of know a bit of lore from Ashens' YouTube channel, which I do. But yeah, it was a quite just well made fun production. So
Cool.
then we've got Bill and Ted's Verrückte Reisen in die Zukunft,
You
which,
you say the non-English stuff better than I do.
oh, thank you very much. I completely butchered that. I didn't get it right at all, but it sounded convincing, so I'll roll with it. Um, it's Bogus Journey. That we haven't got a Blu-ray of Bogus Journey over here yet, so I had to buy the German version.
Fair
That's
enough.
that's it, and it looks great. Bogus Journey is my
Yeah.
favourite Bill and Ted. So, and rounding off this stack of Blu-rays is the first volume of the Ultimate Vacation Collection. It's National Lampoon's Vacation and European Vacation on Blu-ray. I love them both. European Vacation, I think, is my favourite personally, but yeah, all good. And then
Absolutely.
we're on to our last stack for tonight. So brace yourself.
Before
These are
you get
all
to that point, James says I backed it. I backed Ashens and got the Blu-ray perk. The Ashens films are the only YouTube movies that don't make me want to puke blood. I mean, last month I saw the the AVGN movie, and that was bollocks.
agreed. Agreed. I really struggle with YouTube movies or YouTuber movies. There's very few that I really enjoy. I've been threatening for years to do YouTuber Movie Month because I've got Kick-Ass-Ear and To Boldly Flee and the Cinema Snob movie. and Quest for the Game Child and Space Cop are Red Letter Media's movies, and I've been really tempted to do just like a month where I just review them all. But whenever I go around to doing them, something else always crops up, and I go, well, actually, I want to cover that more than Kick-Ass-ier, so I just won't do that one.
Real quick, if you are looking for a good YouTuber movie, it's not specifically like Red Letter or whatever. It's called Milk and Cereal.
Oh yeah.
Cereal spelled like a serial killer. I don't remember the channel, but if you type it in, it is like from what I've been told, it's an incredibly like tightly cut, really good horror movie. It's not real long. It's like 40 minutes, so might be worth a watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give it a spin. Sounds like a winner.
Yeah.
Oh, right, are you ready, Triv, for the final push? This is all DVDs.
I am. Let's do the thing.
When I say this is the final push, this isn't actually the final push. I still have 2 boxes full of films, but it's just that it's coming up to 3:15 in the morning, and I have work tomorrow, so we'll wrap it up after this one, and then probably sometime next week jump back on to do the actual final push. But yeah. So kicking off the final set, we've got Sledgehammer from Intervision, one of the first shot-on-video movies. It's odd. It's almost like boarding house level weird. I enjoy it. I have a soft spot for it. On the last drive-in with Joe Bob Briggs, they double featured it with Things, which I think tells you how good Sledgehammer is.
Well, they had the Mutant Iron Man too with that, didn't they? With that and Things?
Yeah, the Iron Mutant Challenge. I had to watch Things 6 times over 2 weeks to win that title, which I did. And I was very happy with it.
First off, that's your normal week, though, is watching Things.
Well, every day I wake up and first thing I do is get Things, then get my breakfast and a shower and get ready for work. So...
Exactly. You have like 17 copies.
I do. And every copy a memory. Next up is another Intervision. It's Suffer Little Children, which I played on the Discord server not too long ago. I quite enjoy that one. I think it's an interesting experiment, honestly. So yeah, that one's one I really enjoy. After that, there's a bit of an oddity. This one is called VTC Trailers on Tape, and I got this on Facebook. There was a VHS group that I was a part of where somebody who had a massive collection of VTC videotapes basically had decided to collect all the trailers that played at the start of each of the tapes and kind of assemble them into a compilation. Some of them are for films that don't really exist anymore. It's a very interesting little deep cut, and he said that if it sold well, he'd do other labels that he had the full set of, but I never heard anything off him again after that. So, yeah, Trailers on Tape. It's a really good compilation, actually. I'm surprised that they didn't do more, but what can you do? The next one will probably make James very happy. It is 500 Bus Stops with John Shuttleworth on DVD. Big fan of John Shuttleworth. He's basically the UK's answer to Hank Hill.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's lovely. He's just a very gentle comedian, and the humour is very slice of life. I've seen him live like 4 times. He's got like 4 albums, and he's done various documentaries. This was his travel log attempt to do a tour of Great Britain and get onto Eurovision, I think it was as well, or to play Europe, but he ended up just taking a load of buses around England and then went home.
He sounds awesome.
Yeah, well, I'll have to show it you at some point. It's 3 half-hour episodes. It was a TV show that went out on the BBC. It was fun. I don't know how well the humour will translate, but I have a good time with it. I think it's gentle. The next one is A Dirty Shame, which is John Waters' latest and final film. I enjoyed it. A lot of people kind of badmouth it a little bit, say it's a little bit too crude, but my response to that is it's John Waters. What do you mean it's too crude? Yeah, I like that one. Is it as good as his like peak Female Trouble, Pink Flamingos? No. Is it better than his latter efforts, stuff like Crybaby or Serial Mom? I personally think yes. So, and he's got a new film coming out soon, apparently, as well, with Janine Garofalo. So that should be fun.
It's like Mel Brooks' later efforts, like, you know, the follow-up to A History of the World and pieces like that. There's a fine line on what works.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Real quick, James says Dirty Shame is great as well. His dumbest, but really fun.
Oh yeah, completely agreed. Completely agreed. I can't show the next one because it has boobies on it again. It's the complete Tinto Brass collection. It's an 8-disc set. It's got basically all of his 90s movies, a couple of his 2000s films, and Salon Kitty. It was put out by Arrow. It's a really solid compilation of his works. Then we have a bit of a deep cut. It's the Cinema Snob movie, which is, from the last time I remember watching it, very slow burn and quite boring, which was a bit surprising considering that it kind of came out around the time the Cinema Snob as a character was at his peak. They decided to do a film where he wasn't in character as the Cinema Snob. It was just like a completely unrelated story. Yeah, I don't really have strong feelings on it, but other than remembering that it was incredibly painfully long. So yeah, I'm gonna have to review it at some point, but yeah. Then we've got a twofer. We've got the Video Nasties Definitive Guide, Volumes 1 and 2.
Those are good. They're really excellent.
They are. They're properly solid works, very comprehensive. They tell you everything you could possibly want to know about the Video Nasties, really. And again, very much recommended. I think Severin still sell them. It's out of print in the UK, but Severin sell region-free versions that you can pick up, and they're a good price. So if you can go for them, go for them.
I think they were on the last sale. I think they were 18 or 20 a piece.
Yeah. Which isn't bad for the amount of stuff you're getting, because I think one of the discs alone has like, was it 6 hours? One of them has over 5 hours of extra features, which is just talking in depth about all of the Video Nasties. If you have any passing interest in it, it's definitely worth picking up, I would say.
Kurt asked, didn't we watch those two? And I think you guys did. I wasn't there for it, but...
We did, yes. I streamed them on the Discord not too long ago. So yeah, they're the physical copies of those. The next up is Wild Beasts, which I think is an Italian film about killer animals. The last time I remember watching this, I think it was like 4 in the morning, and I'd had about 8 beers. So I'm a little fuzzy on the detail of it, but I seem to remember it's the animals suddenly become murderers and want to kill everything, and that's the film. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. Then there is Sometimes Aunt Martha Does Dreadful Things, which is about a serial killer who disguises himself as an old lady to try and win the trust of a house of people that he's trying to murder. It had a Blu-ray re-release recently from AGFA as well, but it was good, but it wasn't good enough to upgrade, I don't think. It was just kind of one of those where I was like, okay, well, that exists.
Yep.
Some people really love it.
Kurt says that's a very British title.
Oh, Sometimes Aunt Martha Does Dreadful Things. Surprisingly, it's a California production.
Oh, there you go. It's a very California title then, too.
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Moving on. So next we have Cue the Winged Serpent. Love me some Larry Cohen, and I think The Stuff is probably my favourite Larry Cohen film, but Cue the Winged Serpent is definitely up there. again, just a really fun little creature feature. And I think, if I remember rightly, Q was very heavily inspired by the giant claw, which I mentioned earlier in the Sam Katzman box set. So,
Absolutely.
always good.
Kurt says "ooh" to things, and he says "much better" to Q.
Agreed. Agreed. I have a bootleg of Possession, which
Nice.
I really need to get the Blu-ray of it at some point. Yeah, it's a good little movie. Very bleak, but surprisingly enjoyable.
And her ass looks like a set of boobs.
It does, doesn't it?
Yep.
Speaking of an ass that looks like a set of boobs, Nudist Colony of the Dead in widescreen.
Banner 216 asks, there's a bootleg of Possession?
Yeah, so basically way back when I first started collecting films, I got in with sort of the cult movie circuit people, and there was a guy who, this is before sort of international mailing boutique labels and stuff like that were like really commonplace. There was a guy who I met who had like an extensive list of videotapes that he'd like dub onto disc for you if you paid a certain amount. So I got what was it? I got Mystics in Bali, Possession, Necropolis, Wild Animals, and Possession off him, alongside a couple other titles. I tried reaching out to him a couple of years ago to see if he was still in the business, but he didn't respond. I assume the inbox was closed, so I don't know whether he, gave up the business or whether he was arrested or something. But yeah, no, it was nice. It was the Wild West times of cult cinema where things were still only really available on tape, and films like Nudist Colony of the Dead only really existed in Channel Awesome reviews.
There. Real quick, Nick says Possession is the Sam Neill movie, right?
It is, yeah, and a good one as well. It's very solid.
Absolutely. Nudist Colony of the Dead. Now that's Nick's kind of movie. And then Banner asks, "Did you ever review Prey 1977? Maybe Alien Prey? ? Norman Warren."
Oh, Norman J. Warren's Prey. It's on my list. I've covered Bloody New Year, but I haven't got around to covering Prey. I wanted to do Terror as well. That's another quite good one. Nudist Colony of the Dead is a musical, by the way. If you're particularly interested, there's a song on there called Inky Dinky Doodah Morning that will stay in your head for the rest of your life once heard. Speaking of strange cinema, Mystics in Bali.
Oh yeah.
It goes without saying, every YouTube channel, whoever covers strange films, does Mystic in Bali. My day will come, but it's not today, unfortunately.
It's okay. Nick says, "I keep hearing about Mystics in Bali. It is a crazy movie, and based on I can't think. It's not. Is it Bali legend or is it? It's
Indonesian.
Indonesian legends. Yeah, it's basically a woman, like, after being cursed, a woman's head and internal organs leave her body, and she goes and eats the fetuses out of pregnant women.
Yeah.
And the scenes in this particular movie are something else entirely, Nick.
Seen to be believed.
Oh man, it's crazy, and the effects they use are, for what they had to work with, were incredibly solid.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. Kurt says Liam and James's favorite movie. James says, "Well, it was the first movie we ever reviewed or did a screening of."
Oh, which one was that? Mystics in Bali or Nudist Colony of the Dead or Possession?
Oh no, Mystics in Bali.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a solid entry. Now, we've already covered Death Row Game Show from Mark Pirro, but I actually, a few Black Fridays ago, he did a special offer that was basically called My Entire Filmography Collection, which was $100, and he would send you literally every film he'd ever made. That was a bargain for me, because I really liked Death Row Game Show, and I had seen Nudist Colony of the Dead and really enjoyed it, so I paid that, and he sent me literally every film he'd ever made. This is the first set of that, which includes a Polish vampire in Burbank, which was a regular on Up All Night, the cable show. Curse of the Queer Wolf, which is an insane film, frankly. Rectuma, which is about a giant radioactive arsehole destroying New Jersey. With music by Andrew Gold, who wrote the Golden Girls theme.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. It was one of the last things he did, and then he died.
Oh.
That
sucks.
Yeah, he was. He wrote "Thank You for Being a Friend." He wrote "Never Let It Slip Away." He wrote "Spooky, Scary Skeletons," and then he wrote the music to Rectuma, and then he died.
What a way to go out!
Oh yeah. And the God Complex, which I haven't seen yet, but apparently is quite good.
Interesting. Banner asks if you're still doing commissioned audio pieces.
The commissioned audio piece, I don't think I've ever... Oh, we did do one for charity. I don't think I've ever done, commissioned as in, you pay me to do a review type things. We have done it a couple of times where I've auctioned one off for charity, so, the highest bidder gets a personalised review. I have got some more audiobooks planned. I've had one written since early 2023. I just need to record it. The scripts are all there and done. I just haven't had the time to sit down and actually bash them out. But
are you talking After Dark?
Yes, I've got another volume of the After Dark collection, which all the scripts are written. It's ready to go. It's just all of last year I was dealing with bereavement, and all of this year I've been dealing with renovation. So 2025, we're hoping to get that out, and then I'll start working on another set that I've had in mind for a very long time.
Banner says, I've watched you for 5 years. I want you to do clip samples for me.
Clip samples? I can't say I've heard of that one. If you...
I think he's asking for, maybe not clip samples as a movie, but clip samples as in audio recordings.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I can probably put something together if needed. If you shoot me a message, I've got an email address on my YouTube channel under the About section. If you shoot me an email, I can see what I can do. Certainly, yeah, I'm not against that.
Do you want me to go seek that out quick for you, Dan, or?
It should be all right. Like I say, if you go onto my YouTube channel's main page and just click About, there's a contact via email address hyperlink, in big blue letters on the front. It's you won't miss it. Speaking of films we talked about earlier, by the way, Nutbag.
Oh God.
Yeah, but this is the cool cut, the one where they take all the violence out, and it just basically ends up being a funny film about a man who's just very angry but doesn't really do anything. Just wanders around just being really mean.
Cut.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It I don't get it. I really don't get it, but it's so funny because it's just the only word to describe this cut of the film is impotent. It feels like a film that just wants to scream at you but can't really do anything other than that. It's great.
Kurt says, okay, that sounds like a fun time if I'm being honest.
Oh yeah, well I'll have to play it sometime. I might chuck it on in the Discord group. I should warn you. It purposely uses very aggressive, racist and sexist language, but like I say, because of the cuts, no violence or actions from that racist or misogynistic language comes. He just wanders around calling people bitches and using the hard R word, and then goes home and lies down. And that's it. That's the whole film.
It is funny. It feels like such a try-hard type of movie in this context. Yeah.
That's probably the best way to describe it, really. It is a try-hard movie, but in a way that is kind of inadvertently hilarious. Next up is Runaway Nightmare, which is an early Vinegar Syndrome release. I missed out on the Blu-ray, but grabbed the DVD version. Again, surprisingly solid. It's about two guys who get kidnapped by a girl gang and left in the desert to die, and it's kind of a surrealist breakdown of their psyches from there. It's a really weird but fun little movie. Caught me off guard because I just picked it up because it was going really cheap. I didn't really have any idea what I was getting into, but was pleasantly surprised.
Nice.
And then next up we have the Out There Halloween Megatape, which is Chris LaMartina's follow-up to the WNUF Halloween special. Again, solid. I don't think it's quite as good as WNUF, if I'm being completely transparent. I reviewed it during this year's Halloween run, but I'd recommend it. I'd say it's worth checking out at least once. Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, Dan, I was gonna tell you. I saw one on Screambox called Haunted Ulster Live. It's kind of feels a bit like WNUF. It's not that good. Like, it's not as good, but well worth a watch.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll make a note of that one. No, thanks for the rec on that.
Absolutely. Nick asks, "Hey Dan, I probably missed this, but how many total physical media pieces do you have?"
Oh, good. That's a question. If we don't include my to watch pile, you're probably looking at around about 2,000 to 3,000 discs. I think that was roughly the last count, and that's including the stuff that's not going to be shown on the stream because it's in wallets and the actual boxes are up the loft. If you include my watch list, probably push it closer to like 4,500, maybe 5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a
You're
fair
gonna need
few.
more shelves.
Well, a few hundred discs are just Doctor Who, so
wow,
it kind of yeah. I've got two more that I can't show because of boobies. One of them is called Mezzo Forte, and I went for the uncut version of that, which has boobies in it, so I can't show that. It's a anime. It's quite good. It's about a detective agency where the lead of the detective agency is psychic and has premonitions of the crime being committed and can see who the killer is. So they already have the face before the crime's been committed, so they can go out and try and find who it is. It's really good. They got a spin-off series called Mezzo DSA, which really toned down the violence, gore, and explicit language and sort of content. But it's still fun enough. And the other one is called Puni Puni Poemi.
it's a great title.
It's from the makers of a absolutely demented anime series called Excel Saga, and basically the entire remit of it was the two guys who were working on Excel Saga were incredibly horny throughout the production of the show, but couldn't put any of the horny into the show because it was kind of like a young adult series. So they just, instead of like venting their frustrations elsewhere, they just like pooled off all of the horny they were working on into a 2-episode series called Puni Puni Poemi, which is equally demented. It's incredibly manic. It's just like every single frame of this anime has just got like 50 million things happening at once. Just all the time for the whole it's like basically it's overstimulated the anime, but you can throw in a hearty dose of horny because they basically just took all the horny stuff they couldn't put in their family series and put it into this special that they can only sell to adults. It's manic. It's really good fun, but it's manic.
So the things that you can't show with the boobies, are they in hard cases?
I can show they're sort of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make a joke about hard. Sorry, never mind.
Oh no, they're in a slip, dear. They're in a slip.
Oh man.
I have 3 DVDs left, and then I think we should probably draw a line on it for the night. But what a 3 to go out on, I'm going to be honest with you. So these are the last 3 DVDs for tonight's set. Film 1 is called Spider, and it's a kids' TV series from the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, a series of musical numbers, all centered around friends and niceness and kindness. And the songs are genuinely catchy. I mainly picked it up by accident, but actually really kind of fell in love with it as a series. There's some really nice sort of sentimental pieces in there that have really warmed my heart. It's a lovely show, definitely recommended for kids. Even today, I think it's a very wonderful piece. I'm going to follow that up with Black Devil Doll from Hell. Which is a film about a rapey devil doll that gets murdered and then brought back to life and basically holds an old black lady hostage in her house and molests her repeatedly and beats her up. And that's the whole film. It was done by a guy called Chester Novell Turner, who also made another film called Tales from the Quadead Zone, which is equally as strange and unusual and enjoyable. Can recommend both of them. They're both very good. And the final film.
Wholesome family fun.
Oh yeah, you could double feature them easily.
Oh yeah, easily.
And then the final film is one that does have some ties to stuff that you would know about, Triv. It's a box set called Tales from Europe, and it's two films. One is called The Singing Ringing Tree, and the other is called Tinderbox. I mainly picked this up for The Singing Ringing Tree, which is nightmare fuel for a particular generation of traumatized children because they would play this during the day. It was produced by the same company that made the film Jack Frost, the MST3K one.
Oh, nice.
It features very traumatizing scenes like people being transformed into animal costumes. All the sets are like Wizard of Oz style matte paintings with like really fake trees and stuff. It all feels very alien, and it's directed in a way that doesn't feel right, for lack of a better descriptive.
Yeah.
A lot of people have very traumatic experiences with that film, so I picked it up and look forward to covering it in the near future. And Tinderbox is very similar.
Is it also kind of a Russian or Finnish movie, or is it more Central Europe or?
It's Eastern European, so it's kind of that side of things, Poland, Russia, that kind of neck of the woods. It's dubbed into English as well, and the voice actors clearly couldn't see what they were dubbing, because it doesn't match the tone of what's happening on screen at all. I reckon they just had a script and were just sat in a recording booth with no visual aid at all. So, yeah, and that just about brings us to the end of tonight's stream, part 2. You will be able to join us hopefully later this week, assuming IKEA actually deliver my furniture, at which point we will be doing a record stream, which will be very exciting. Hopefully Kurt will be able to join me for that one with a bit of luck. And then next week we will finally round off our DVDs and Blu-rays and see things out with a big old bang. So thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Trev, for joining us tonight as well. It's always very much appreciated. I'm sure most of the folks in the chat know where you're from, but if you want to tell people where you're from again, just in case any completely random people stumble by and sit for the full 4 hours, and want to know who you are, tell us a bit where they can find you.
I mean, you can find me here in the States. You just gotta call out Trivial Theater and the theater does appear. That's probably the easiest. First off, make sure you get those likes up. If you haven't liked the stream, make sure you're liking the stream. You can find me here on YouTube. I'm at Trivial Theater. I do similar type reviews to what Dan does. Right now I'm in the middle of doing short form riffs. Send me a ticket. I you know what, Banner, I wish I could. My system is down right now, but as soon as it gets back up, I will definitely get you one. So yeah, that's kind of about it right now for me.
Stunning stuff. And again, thank you so much everybody who's joined in. It's been a bit of a long one tonight, but it's been fun. It's been nice to kind of just hang and have a proper little chill stream. Like I say, next one will probably be either Saturday or Sunday, and then we'll do a final one probably sometime early next week. So thank you so much all again. Have a great rest of the week, and we'll probably see you on the weekend. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Have a good one.
Bye.